So, good morning to everybody, to all those in this room and those attending virtually. Very welcome to our second board meeting in 2024. I'm happy that you managed to come to New York at a time where it's almost summer. We have nice weather. We have some parades as well, helping keeping us happy, although not easy to get to the office sometimes. But it's a nice time to be in New York, and I hope that it is inspiring you for a great meeting that we will have over the next 4 days. As you know, we will have some outdoor activities profiting from this nice weather in New York in June, which I hope will be a great time for us all. I'd like to especially welcome our official observers, Tom Furusawa, representing here the PIOB, and Yohei from the Japan FSA. Welcome to the two official observers. But also, I would like to welcome some observers who are here in person, who made their way to New York to observe this meeting, especially Jens Engelhardt, who was a previous technical advisor to our board member Jens Paul, and Denise Canavan, who will supporting Luigi Nisoli, replacing Martha Kramarius, who I think will be observing online while she's not able to join us. So welcome to all of you. We have also some people attending and observing online, like Richard Fleck, who is the former IESBA deputy chair and is consultant to the firm Culture and Governance and the CIV's work stream. And also Lisbeth Austerman, a former IESBA member, supporting or also helping support Luigi Nisoli. I, of course, take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to the other international observers who are here in person, as well as those who will follow this week's discussion in the IESBA YouTube channel. Thank you for your interest and for joining us in this second meeting of the IESBA in 2024. So with this, I'd like to provide you with some highlights of the agenda. We have, as usual, several important topics in our agenda for this week, starting with an update on the firm Culture and Governance work stream, which will be followed by a presentation from the CIV's project team on recent activities. And this is for today. On Tuesday, we will consider a report back on the sustainability exposure draft outreach activities in the first and second quarter of 2024. And this will be followed by consideration of coordination matters with the IESBA and selected matters raised by respondents to the exposure draft. Josephine Jackson, who is the IESBA Sustainability Task Force Chair, and Willy Botta and Dan Montgomery on the IESBA staff side will join the coordination session to facilitate the discussion and the effective coordination. We will also consider a preliminary briefing from the staff on a benchmarking exercise comparing the EU framework and for ethics and independence in relation to sustainability assurance and our proposed IESA. As we will recall, we mentioned this topic in our last meeting in March, and that this was a matter of attention and consideration. So the staff kindly developed this benchmarking, which is going to be presented to the board. On Wednesday morning, we'll start with an update from the Technology Working Group, as well with the presentations from Jay Schulman and William G., who will make some presentations on blockchain and other innovation and digitalization topics. And following that, we will consider the preliminary key themes raised by stakeholders during some recent outreach activities and in the comment letters to the experts ED. As you know, the consultation period finished 1 month ago, exactly 1 month ago. We have a considerable number of letters, 87 or 88 for each one of the projects, sustainability and experts. So the staff is going through nice times trying to analyze these responses on time for the September board meeting, but they will be already able to provide the board with some feedback from these responses and some considerations and elaborations on those responses. On Wednesday afternoon, we'll consider a briefing on recent outreach activities and stakeholder input on adoption, implementation, and capacity building in relation to our proposed sustainability-related ethics and independent standards. And on the last day, we will conclude this week's meeting with an update from the EIOC, including a presentation from AICPA on private equity, which I think will more or less replicate what we already heard during the NSS meeting in April, and we'll also hear about the tax planning rollout team. Well, of course, I want very warmly to thank all the task forces, the working groups and staff for their very hard work in preparing the agenda materials and all that it's behind these materials. It's been a very intensive and exigent time for everybody, mostly for the staff. And I think that once again, and as always, these boards should be aware and thankful for everything that this small group has been doing for this board to be where we are now. Before I move forward to the other topics in our agenda and considerations, I'd like just to say a few words about where we are as a board now. From this very quick journey through the agenda for this week, of course, we don't have, and it's obvious that we don't have landmark approvals on our agenda this time, so it's a bit different from the meetings that we had last year. But that does not make this meeting less important than the other meetings. I would say, on the contrary, from the agenda and from where we are in our strategic journey, I would say that this meeting is absolutely critical because we are paving the way for very important decisions to be made in September and in December. This means that we should not relax. We should not be too much relaxed about what is going to happen in this meeting, because it's going to be really the basis of big decisions that we'll be making later this year. I'm especially mindful of two topics on which we will be making deliberations later this year, for which the discussions this week will be fundamental, and these are the finalization of the sustainability and experts standards to be agreed in December, and which will include the analysis of the responses received, and I have already mentioned the number of the responses, but also the areas of focus and scope of the IESBA workstream on firm culture and governance, based on the extensive outreach and research conducted and in the identification of relevant issues. These two topics, I'm not saying that the others are not important, and there are, and you will see that there are very strategic topics that we will discuss, but these are, I would say, especially relevant in the sense that the discussion here will form the basis for important decisions going forward. The discussions here will certainly create the grounds for robust decisions in September and December on both topics, and hopefully allow the board to achieve high level of agreement around critical and strategical elements of both projects. This week, we should be working on present topics and issues with the eyes on the future. Alongside some possible technical discussions, I would urge this board, all the board members, to strategically focus on the policy implications of the information and proposals being discussed, as well as on other elements of success, such as how are we responding to stakeholders' requests and concerns, the alignment of our decisions with the purpose of the work streams, the understandability of our proposals and approaches, how much they facilitate or create obstacles to a wide adoption and implementation, and of course, the famous topics of coordination, on which we will have to be extremely agile, but also strategic. So, on coordination, while an important part of the agenda will be reserved to discuss and address staff's proposals on the coordination with IESBA's framework, It is important in this discussion not only to bear in mind that coordination is not just a process or a buzzword, but what is needed to come up with solutions which respect our considerations and our reflections, but also foster consistency and interoperability among different frameworks while respecting their different scopes and interests. So this coordination, this interoperability, this consistency is needed with, of course, IESB, but also with other frameworks, and we have to have this in our minds all the time. We need to keep an open mind in respect to adjustments to adjustments that the IESBA, as well as the IESB, will need to make to ensure higher consistency without putting at risk strategic deliberations made before. It is obvious that the IESBA's impact and the recognition of ethics as being pivotal in making to make accounting services and businesses more generally effective and trusted are growing immensely. And this is my third topic for the board. This is for me the consequence of the efforts that this board has been making in three areas, mostly: innovation, communication, and impact. This is what is making us grow. We are daring to innovate, choosing a strategic approach and work which touches on completely new areas, and refusing dogmas, artificial limits to our mandates, going beyond the profession and embracing new challenges in a new strategic circle of stakeholders, namely non-professional accountants. And this is what I call innovation. Communication, of course, more professional. I think that we are progressing and making a big effort in having a more professional, focused, creative, transparent communication, simplifying language, narratives, demonstration of the consequences of embedding or not embedding ethics as a strategic element for accounting services and business, a more intensive and extensive outreach, enlarging the number and mostly the origin, the groups of stakeholders with whom we interact, opening doors to new stakeholders. We now understand that the usefulness of the excellent work, which is not subject to appropriate communication, can be not significant. And on impact, it's the result of the two former ones. Of course, the result of increased innovation and communication, plus, of course, very hard work, because this does not come as a magic wand. Communication and innovation per se do not mean anything if we don't have hard, serious, intellectually honest work behind everything that we are doing. And also the lack of fear of pushing the boundaries of some traditional approaches and strategically positioning the board in respect to our role as an ethics board, which promise to address critical gaps and needs in the space of accounting services. This is all creating a significantly increased awareness about the IESBA and, above all, about ethics, which is the ultimate objective of us all, upholding our recognition as a global standard setter and fostering high expectations with respect to our work, deliveries, and contributions to the public interest. The positives of this growth, I don't need to speak about them. They are obvious. We are now better positioned, and we should continue working to be always better positioned to create impact, to create grounds for adoption and implementation, to contribute to the public interest. But of course, this does not come for free. It comes at some costs, and this higher profile, if I may say so, and increased relevance does not come without some costs and some risks. Not everyone will always be happy with this new profile and the impact that the IESBA and ethics is making. So we need to manage perceptions very carefully, very wisely, sticking to our objectives, sticking to our values, sticking to our purpose, not allowing our confidence as a board that we are doing the best thing to be by any means unsettled by, but consider reactions, of course, and integrate them carefully in what we do. So this is what I needed to say about this agenda that seen very superficially may seem not that relevant, but this is a critical strategic moment for us as a standard setting board. So one of the topics that I mentioned was, of course, outreach, and outreach has been part of our agenda in a very significant way, my own, but the whole board's agenda. We have been advancing. The first and second quarter of the year have been extremely busy in this space of in this area of outreach, given the launch of the sustainability and exposure draft, the issuance of the strategic strategy and work plan, and the final tax planning standards, together with the launch of the firm culture and governance. So this was a juncture where we really needed at all costs to go out and explain what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are planning to do. And this, if I may say, has proved to be extremely helpful in creating a new understanding of what the IESBA is doing and where we want to go, because these pieces are not disconnected. And at the end, the stakeholders are understanding that our strategy and work plan has everything to do with what we are doing on sustainability, what we plan to do on firm culture and governance, what we have already done on ethics standards for tax planning, where some stakeholders are raising issues and topics like the connections with sustainability and with firm culture and governance, etc. So we see a consistency between what we are doing, the projects that we are finalizing, undertaking, launching, etc., which can only make us more consistent. Well, specifically on the outreach space, I need to thank some of our stakeholders who were extremely generous in organizing incredible outreach opportunities and situations. I need to thank, of course, IESBA in the person of Chana, but also the chair of IESBA and the staff who organized an incredible outreach program in Australia, but also CPA Canada and the CAANZ and IESBA and the Australian Tax Office, who was instrumental to make us understand a few things much better than we did before. But also in Belgium, the FSMA and Jean-Paul Servet, who very kindly hosted a very important seminar that we held there, with the representations from very many different groups of stakeholders at the highest level. So it was really good, and my gratitude goes to also to the Belgium FSA. In Japan, the JFSA and JICPA, who also offered us excellent opportunities with thousands of stakeholders involved in these initiatives. Toronto as well, CPA Canada, a number of significant meetings. So this all happened in April and May, not to speak about other meetings that the board members and the staff has been holding with very many stakeholders. UNCTAD has been very helpful in organizing a lot of seminars with us. So we have already a significant number of stakeholders with different profiles collaborating, and this is the journey that we should take going forward. We collected much feedback on our sustainability exposure draft during this intense outreach, and we will hear more on the key takeaways during the sustainability session tomorrow. Task force chairs and the staff will brief the board on other project-specific feedback from the outreach activities during the respective sessions in the agenda. Thank you to the task force chairs and to the staff for the amazing work that they have been doing. I also wanted to report an important moment in April, which was the inaugural SAC meeting happening in April 29-30. It was a very successful inaugural meeting of the first meeting of the new SAC, the new Stakeholder Advisory Council, which works for the two boards. I must confess that it exceeded largely my expectations, but I think that this was the same for everybody. It was uncertain for us how a new group of 30 people around the table speaking about the topics of two boards would react, and it was immensely helpful, insightful, lively, participated. There were some very nice moments like the breakout groups that were organized to discuss firm culture and governance, also very helpful. So it was actually a very successful meeting, which also demonstrated that the choice of the members was the right one, because we have an incredible diversity around the table, but not only diversity per se, diversity with meaningful people and contributions. So it was really a very good meeting. We also met with the NSS, first meeting, the National Standard Setters, in early May here in New York in this room. It was the first in-person meeting after COVID with the NSS. Very interesting meeting as well. We have been hearing different things, and we will have the opportunity to report during the report on the different work streams. But it was also a very lively meeting. I think it's clear that the in-person format allows for a much more meaningful and lively discussion. We discussed CIVs, farm culture and governance. We had an update from the NSS on jurisdictional developments. The PIOB, Linda de Beer, PIOB chair, also made a presentation. James Kahn on some topics, really, and Robert Buchanan related with the governance and the funding of the foundation. So it was a very diversified and rich meeting. And finally, on the planning committee update, the planning committee met in May 2024, and it met last night as well to prepare some discussions for this meeting. And with this, I would invite Ken to provide some staff updates, please. Ken.
Yes, thank you very much, Gabriela, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining us online, if you are. I do have a couple of staff updates for you. First of all, I'm very pleased to announce to the board that we have recruited a new senior manager, Joanna Bernard, who's sitting at the back. Joanna, if you could just raise your hand so everybody can see you. Joanna has joined us as a senior manager, in fact, just about a week ago. So this is really very timely and very first meeting of the board. Let me just give you a bit of a sense of her background. Joanna joined us having worked previously at the Banque de France, the French Central Bank, as a head of the International Regulatory Unit of the Financial Regulation and Coordination Division. And there she monitored financial regulation developments and coordinated meetings of international committees, institutions such as the Financial Stability Board, the Bank of International Settlements, G7, G20, etc. Before that, she advised the ACPR, which is a French Prudential Supervision and Resolution Authority, in its European Law Legal Directorate, where she engaged with ECB, EBA, and other similar institutions. And before joining the ACPR in 2019, she worked within BNP Paribas Group, within its various legal departments at the international level. So John has a legal background and is very well anchored in interactions with EU institutions and the like. So she'll bring excellent background and grounding for us in our interactions with the EU institutions. Very welcome, Joanna, and I encourage board members to just engage with her during the breaks. Okay, so that's the first item. The second item is really just an update on the status of the recruitment of a new IESBA Strategic Communications Director. As board members might have seen, we have advertised for an open position on the role of the Strategic Communications Director. This position really is intended to help pivot the capability on our communication side to help precisely IESBA be able to broaden its reach and increase the impact of its communications, etc., as Gabrielle has really emphasized in her earlier remarks just now. We are in the process now of shortlisting candidates that have applied for this role. We've identified a few candidates that we are going to be taking through the first stages of interviews this coming week, and then from there we will further narrow the shortlist as candidates with a view to hopefully being in a position to finalize this position by mid-July at the latest. And finally, on the staffing front, I'm pleased to let the board know that we have also a summer intern who's joined us. Her name is Irene Park. She's probably somewhere at the back, as she can signal. Thank you, Irene. Irene is joining us for the next, basically the next couple of months over the summer to help us with various assignments on our team. And I'm really delighted to have you, Irene, and encourage you as well to connect with the board members during the breaks and so forth. Thank you very much, Gabriela, and that's really the updates on the staffing front for now.
Thank you very much, Ken. The next topic about which we'd like to say something is the annual report. I hope that all the board members have seen the annual report, which was released last week, and I think that we should be proud of it. It's really a good piece of work, but I'd like to ask Linda to say a few words about it. Linda?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to share that we released the IESBA Interactive 2023 Annual Report last week, and it's been very well received both on social and in traditional media. So just a few numbers. The LinkedIn post has had very high engagement with over 1,500 impressions and 14 reshares. On our website, nearly 400 people have engaged with the report, and it has also been featured in Accounting Today and Financial Management Magazine. So I encourage you, if you haven't taken a look at the report, please do so. Share with your friends, family, and anybody that you think needs this information. And last but not least, many thanks to the team that made it happen: Dave Johnson, John Viljon, Astu Tillahan, and Jake Fegan. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Linda and team, and all those who contributed to this very good piece. It's what really materializes in a document the hard work and the good work that we have done, but also what we are as a team, as a family, the IESBA family. So with this, I'd like Ken to brief the board, if I may ask you, on the staff's decision not to release the IESBA staff. But
thank you very much, Gabriela. As the board is aware, staff was developing a sort of Q&As to accompany the exposure draft of the sustainability proposals. The draft was being developed with a view to providing additional explanations that couldn't be incorporated in the in the explanatory memorandum that went out with the exposure draft, simply because the length that the document, the increased length of the document would have ended up with all the additional explanations and so forth. That draft was circulated to the board for comments, input. And staff did receive a few comments expressing a degree of concern as to how the document might be received by our stakeholders and the potential for confusion. So for that reason, we have held back this document. Not that it hadn't been done before. We know that on the IESBA side, they did issue a comparable document to provide additional specificity to the explanations in relation to the sustainability exposure draft. But we have held back this document, and we will further develop it with a view to issuing it once the board finalizes the proposals on sustainability by the end of this year. So that is the status of this document. Just wanted to let the board know where we are with this one. Gabriel, if I may, I'm going to brief the board also on a couple of administrative matters. First of all, as you might have seen, there are a few screens around the boardroom that are not currently operating. We have the IT team that is looking at the technical issue here. Other screens are working, so during the course of the day, until the issue is resolved, we're going to be projecting the presentations on the working screens. with the presenters shown towards the bottom of the side of the screen. So those who are observing virtually will still be able to see the presenters as well as the presentations until we are able to resolve this technical issue. Secondly, just a reminder to the board, all board members to speak into the microphones. They are relatively sensitive, but still sometimes we do receive feedback from the back of the room that people are not able to fully understand or hear board members speaking. So if you can just make sure that you're speaking directly into the mics, and if necessary, bring the microphones closer to you. And finally, in relation to the social activity that's been planned for Wednesday, you should all have received information from ASTU. There are a couple of additional matters to bring to your attention. First of all, in relation to your contributions for that social activity, payments are not going to be collected in cash this time. ASTU will be circulating a link for your contributions to be paid via credit card. So this link is going to be emailed to everyone who signed up for this one, and I encourage all of you to really participate, because it's going to be wonderful in Central Park with the sun, etc. Yes, so if you can do that. And secondly, for those who've not who've signed on or intend to participate, and there is no limit to how numbers who can participate. If you could complete the worksheet that ASTU has circulated, the link to that worksheet to indicate your food selection, because we want to make sure that you have the food that you would like to have, and not end up with the default, which you might not, yes, it might not be your preference, or to which you might have a particular allergy. So if you could do that during the course of the day, or even tomorrow, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ken. To finalize these initial words, two things. One of them, raise your attention for the PIOB issues note that I'm sure that you read, but anyway, it's always important to see the feedback that we get from the PIOB, because it may also inform the discussion today. And the second, the minutes, the draft minutes of the March 2024 IESBA public session have been distributed to the board for a review. If you have any comments, please email them to ASTU by midday Wednesday, June 12th, and the board will be asked to approve the minutes on Thursday. And with this, thank you for listening to me for almost half an hour, and we will move to the next, or to the first substantial topic on our agenda, which is the topic on firm culture and governance. So we will receive an update from the Firm Culture and Governance Working Group on its recent outreaches and fact-finding activities. But I think that, as you will see, there will be not only information, but already some elaboration on that. And we will also be presented with an academic report from Dr. Eva Chahuridu, and the working group's preliminary views about this report. Sorry for the bad pronouncing of the name of our esteemed academic who was invited to provide this contribution. So before I give the floor to Chana, and of course thanking the working group for the very, very intensive work that the group has been doing, I'd like to repeat something that I think it's clear for everybody, but I think it's important not to miss it, which is the phase where this working group work is. And this, as promised and as agreed, we had decided that we would not move forward with any solutions or even with any sharp and narrow identification of the topics without and before we would have all the information gathered about this topic. So even if there may be some questions about where do you want to go with this, what are you going to do with the code, these are more than legitimate questions. But I'd like to remind that we decided to go make a journey, which is probably a little bit different from some projects that we have advanced before, but we do not want to decide to move forward with a project, with changing the code, with developing standards or whatever, without having very clear what the issues are, what the topics can be. From these topics, which of those are topics where the IESBA can and should do something, and finally, what should we do? So this is the journey that we want to follow. The working group is sticking very clearly to these agreements, and later in September, I hope after the very important discussion that we will have today, we will be able to refine a little bit the focus and the scope of this work, and starting having some clarity about what this is going to be. We are not lost. We are not in the weeds. We are not in the woods. We are really making the journey of collecting the information that we need, and then narrow the scope, the focus, and understand where we can be relevant. So with this, I will give the floor to Chana, but before that, I will really ask board members, all board members, to be active in this discussion, because whatever will happen in the future with this project, we need you to be not only on board, but committed and with a full clarity of what we are doing. Also because you will be involved in outreach initiatives or asked and etc. And we need to be all in the same page, aligned, and having clear what we need to do. Chana, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to first acknowledge the working group, Rich, Rania, Hector, and also the staff, Jeff and Carla, who has been working very hard with us in all the outreach activities, and Richard Fleck as well, who is a consultant on the project. Also, thank you to current board members, Laurie, Luigi, Paul, and in particular, David, who has connected us with the CFO community. And also he doubles as the French interpreter for us. So the meeting takes a bit longer, but it has been some rich insights. So thank you, David. And also thanks are due to former board members Caroline Lee and Sanjeev Chowdhury, who has assisted in making introductions and connections. And Chun Wei Chia, a former IESBA member who assisted us a lot in Singapore. Next slide, please. So while you get the slide, today what we are going to do, we'll have a recap of the March 2024 meeting, because some of the themes that was identified by the presenters at the March meeting keep coming back. And so it would be, I think, useful to touch on those. Then we'll go through an overview of stakeholder meetings. I'll do some, and then Carla and Jeff as well. The working group's views, I mean, I wouldn't, now reflecting on it, I think it's probably things that people told us rather than the working group's view, these identification of themes. And I think as we sort of go through a few iterations, these will be distilled further. And then we have the academic report from Eva Taharidu. And I think Jeff is going to talk to the academic report, and then we'll have two presentations on IESQM1 and the FARSI code. Mark has kindly offered to do a presentation on the FARSI code, and we have Julie Corden from IESBA, who is the IESQM1 chair, coming at 12:30 to do a presentation on IESQM1, and then we'll look at the next steps. Next slide, please. So some of the, touching on some of the presentations. So Imran Wanka from IRBA covered some high profile cases in South Africa, and some changes the firms have taken from a governance perspective that he identified was instituting an independent chair and introducing independent non-executive members, setting up public interest and social and ethics committees, and developing transparency reporting. And Imran also told us about the need to consider the impact of ISQM1. Then going to the UK FRC, some important aspects that they covered was that the code applies to the whole firm, not just audit practice. And I think even we were clear in our terms of reference that we are looking at the whole firm, not just audit practice. And in our stakeholder outreach also, we have been emphasizing to the stakeholders that we are looking at the whole firm, not just audit practice. They also identified the important role of independent non-executives or INEs and the critical role they play in driving a firm's culture. The UK FRC also told us that they have developed a culture assessment framework that contains 6 drivers of behavior that drive the culture in firms. So the 6 factors are leadership, governance, reward and recognition, people management, communication, and the working environment. So you would see that these themes sort of keep coming back as we go through the stakeholder engagement process. They also noted that the current media headlines have assisted in enabling the UK FRC to engage with the wider firm on culture and governance, and that they have seen improvements in firm culture via the annual assessment processes with the many initiatives underway. Then we had Professor Romana, and he identified a trust crisis in the profession and the importance of fostering a culture of challenge within firms. And he talked about the importance of the role of recruitment and shared beliefs, alignment of incentives and processes that normalize disagreement. He also talked about the critical role of firm leadership and governance in shaping the firm's culture. Then we have the ATO representatives, Jeremy Hirschhorn and Rebecca Saint, and they talked about the concept of systematically important firms, that when firms get to a certain size, it has a significant impact on the industry, economy, and the relevant jurisdiction. And then they also identified challenges with incentives, and that this is often revenue driven. They also spoke about the weighting between traditional and non-traditional business areas of the firm, because the audit practice in most of the big 4 in Australia is about 15%. So there's quite a lot in the consulting space. About 80% is in consulting and 5% in the non-assurance services to audit clients. And these numbers have been confirmed in the Treasury paper that they put out as well. Weighting between the weighting between the traditional and non-traditional area also then creates a growth of the consulting practice and the introduction of lateral hire partners who may be bringing in significant revenues, but then there's also a resulting impact on the ethical conduct of the firm. Then we also looked at some of the case studies with the assistance of Richard, and these cases also demonstrated the risk of excessive focus on financial performance and rewards that may lead to ethical failures, and the role of leadership in setting an organization's culture. We also looked at the parliamentary inquiries that are happening in Australia and the broad themes there, such as partnership structure, conflicts of interest, monitoring and enforcement, and a lack of robust ethics code for consultants. So that is for other consultants other than accountants. We also looked at the provisions in the extant code and noted that there are some provisions there on firm culture and governance regarding firm leadership, the tone at the top, and also ISQM1. So the board considered all of that and approved the draft terms of reference with a view of the working group working towards a final report by the end of this year. And I like to restate that the focus of the project is the whole firm and not just audit practice. Next slide, please. So we have had a range of stakeholder meetings. So these are from various jurisdictions such as Canada, Japan, Singapore. And in Singapore, we had the regulators from Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia also connecting with us virtually. Then we had the outreach in Australia, and we have also spoken virtually with people in the US, India, France, Morocco, and Tunisia. In the SAC meeting that Gabriela talked about, also would have had people from various jurisdictions there. And in the national standard setters, you would have most of the G20 represented as well. Next slide. So to date, broad outreach has been conducted to different stakeholder groups, as you can see there. The working group wishes to thank all the stakeholders for their willingness to engage and exchange views on this important public interest topic, and for their frankness as well in identifying certain issues. Next slide, please. So this is a graph on the outreaches from April to May, which sort of shows you different regions, firms, regulators, POs, academics. So a range of people have been connected with at the moment, but we have some more to do in the coming months. Next slide. So Toronto, so I will cover Toronto and Japan, but I might at the end pass it to Gabriel and Ken if I miss something, because I'm just working off meeting notes. So IESBA provided an update on the current status of the firm culture and governance project to IOSCO Standards Coordination Working Group. The SCWG, they were informed about the early considerations, including who the client is, partner remuneration and incentives, firm business models, and the dominance of consulting arms, and the importance of leadership. We note SCWG member had observed that firms in the Netherlands are having challenges in attracting and retaining talent due to the reputation of the firms in that jurisdiction. Then there has been a meeting with the Canadian Public Accountability Board, the CPAB. They oversee audit firms performing public company audits. Provinces are overseen by local securities commissions, and they have noted that information sharing is problematic. The CPAB also has done some work on culture and governance regarding quality and ISQM1, including doing culture surveys, and found governance variations and root causes of issues stemming from firm culture, revenue pressures, and a lack of transparency about identified issues. So you can see there's some common themes emerging there. They've also identified the private equity investment in firms and whether that sort of short-term focus could have an impact on culture and independence. They noted that experts are placed in a separate structure and that there is an agreement with a separate structure to provide services. Then IESBA has also had a meeting with the Ontario Securities Commission, and the OSC has previously provided a link to a staff notice paper, and I think the link is on the presentation at the bottom as well. And there has been a discussion on recent issues in Canada regarding false time records, exam cheating, and CPD violations. And they made the observation that when firms get large or more global, that there can be less control over cultural issues, and that the ownership of ethics within firms is important. So in the OSC executive summary, a couple of points that they have made, which related to our project, is that as part of the firm's ethics strategy, there should be a clear identification of leaders within the firm with ownership of the ethics policy, targeted ethics education, training, and guidance, and the establishment of a robust internal whistleblowing program. A second point they've made is in respect of internal professional training programs, that public accounting firms should consider the need for preventative and detective controls to minimize the risk of assurance staff sharing answers, along with a timely communication of a zero tolerance policy for such practices. Then in the Japan outreach, representatives from their firms had provided IESBA with organizational charts and policies to support firm culture and governance, including particularly management issues related to the governance of the firm as a whole, ensuring the commitments to audit quality, and the benefits and challenges of implementing independent non-executives. So there's been some discussion on the specific role, experience, and selection of INEs at their firms. And it had covered aspects of independence, remuneration, and diversity. INEs generally tend to be senior professionals towards the end of their careers and must have a deep understanding of the market, profession, and public interest considerations. So I might stop here and maybe ask Gabriel or Ken if I have missed anything of significance in Toronto and Tokyo. No? Okay. So then we'll move to Singapore, I think another one. Okay, so Singapore. In Singapore, we met the ASEAN regulators. So there was the Singapore regulator, Accounting and Corporate Regulatory Authority, ACRA, the Malaysian Audit Oversight Board, SEC Philippines, SEC Thailand, and the Audit Oversight Board from Indonesia. We received general support for the IESBA work stream on firm culture and governance, and there was recognition of its importance with these regulators. So going to the role of leadership, they provided examples of how the appointment of firm leaders can influence firm culture, either positively or negatively. They cited a case where a new leader's more flexible policies led to a decrease in audit quality. There was recognition of the importance of leadership in driving firm culture and ensuring compliance with ethical standards, including the role of incentive structures in promoting ethical behavior. In respect of accountability and KPIs, they discussed the importance of accountability and also setting service quality focused KPIs in addition to financial incentives to drive ethical behavior in firms. On education and training, they highlighted the need for continuous education and awareness to reinforce the importance of public interest considerations and ethical behavior. On speak up culture, they noted the importance of leaders demonstrating ethical behavior, walking the talk, and instilling confidence in the junior staff to speak up and challenge. They also emphasized the need for robust whistleblowing policies and a non-retaliation culture to encourage reporting of unethical behavior. On public interests, they said the role of leadership in fostering a culture of compliance with ethical standards is very important, and there should be consideration of the public interest. On regulatory environment and change, they did discuss the potential for a firm governance code to set a global benchmark, but recognized jurisdictional differences and the need for collaboration with the regulators. They discussed the issue of governance structures that are only formalities without substance, because they cited the example of one of the firms in one of their jurisdictions that adopted the UK governance code, but failed to improve audit quality due to a lack of genuine commitment to the principles. So they were sort of saying, actually, the INEs didn't really operate as INEs. They were just sitting there and not really contributing and challenging the operations of the firm. So that's what they meant by that comment. The jurisdiction's cultural context can influence how ethical standards are perceived and implemented, and the importance of tailoring governance and compliance mechanisms to fit the local culture and regulatory environment. Next slide. So in Singapore, we met the firms as well. And based on our interactions with the big four firms in Singapore, they do have value statements, governance, monitoring, and training programs that emphasize the importance of ethics and their commitment to the trust agenda. So on values and tone at the top, the commitment to trust is fundamental part of every firm and its network, with leadership emphasizing the importance of ethical behavior. They said key values such as ethics, integrity, trust, and independence are prioritized in the firm's agenda and are promoted through various internal training programs. On governance and monitoring, there are various governance structures in operation. Some firms have oversight committees instead of boards, and not all of them have independent non-executive members. They believe that they have robust structures and processes established to monitor quality and compliance with ethical standards. They said they have quality assurance and review functions through all business lines, so not only the audit practice, and accountability is enforced through performance reviews. The international standard IESBA is integrated into the firm's operational frameworks within the assurance practice. There are measures such as quarterly and annual declarations, independent peer reviews, and regulatory audits are used to ensure compliance and address non-compliance issues promptly. They believe there's strong regulatory oversight in Singapore, and regulators have constant dialogue with the firms. On incentives, leadership and staff performance are evaluated both against qualitative and quantitative measures. And compliance with, some firms say that compliance with ethical policy is a critical criterion, and failure on this measure results in overall negative performance evaluation and impact rewards such as bonuses regardless of other achievements. Partners are directly accountable for any non-compliance by their teams. They did acknowledge on the consulting business line that they are aware that lateral hires need more training around understanding and compliance with ethical requirements. On training is a critical focus area with strict penalties for non-compliance and deadlines not being met. And the firms represented that they maintain a zero tolerance policy towards cheating with severe consequences for such violations. Next slide. So on the PAOs, they told us that the adoption of ISQM1 is a significant focus for them at the moment, where the revised standards include provisions that address governance and culture. There appears to be some expectation that it could have been taken to the other service lines and not just within the audit divisions, but that seems to be more aspirational than that it has actually occurred. The tone at the top is crucial, and it's about how leadership and attitudes and directives translate into meaningful changes in behavior and mindset throughout the organization. They acknowledge resource constraints and said that some issues may arise from inadequate resources and limited time on engagement. So those are some of the highlights from the Singapore outreach, and I'll now hand over to Jeff.
Thanks, Chana. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to give you an update on the Australian outreach. Felt like I need to maybe start with some Australian. G'day, everybody. And of course, as you've heard from Gabriella and Jans Po, former IESBA member, Chana and myself did an extensive outreach in Australia back in May, a full week of outreaches. And we managed to speak to a lot of different stakeholder groups, including regulators, firms, but also we held a seminar that was attended by over 1,600 attendees, mostly I think they are CPA Australia members. So it was a great opportunity in that seminar to really share with a significant contingent of the CPA members in terms of what we're doing on firm culture and governance, and also the importance of firm culture and governance. So I would say overall, the stakeholders who we speak with were very supportive of our project, and they certainly recognize the importance of firm culture, the importance of governance in terms of helping firms and the staff in terms of the connection between culture, governance, and ethical behavior within firms. So first of all, I just want to give you an overview of some of the things we've heard from the regulatory communities over there. We spoke with the audit regulator, ASIC, and also the prudential regulator, APRA, as well as of course, the tax office, the Australian Taxation Office there. Some of the key comments, we spent quite a bit of time, in fact, talking about leadership and accountability. And I would say some of the key thoughts there, there's really a recognition of the importance of the role of leadership, but also associated with that is the importance of accountability. Because it does make a difference in terms of what we've heard when you make leaders accountable, and particularly senior leaders. And the conversation was really around the accountability of, say, the network leaders, the managing part of networks, in terms of their accountability locally, but also to the global body, as well as the accountability of the global bodies within the larger firms. And I think some of the comments is about establishing clear accountability is really crucial for driving and enforcing cultural change. So that's kind of really aligns with some of the other comments that we've heard in terms of the role of leadership and the importance of accountability. Of course, associated with that, we did talk a little bit about rewards and recognition against the point similar to what we've heard in March, is that rewards and recognition does play a significant role in terms of driving behavior within firms, accounting firms. Another, I guess, area we touch on is on enforcement and monitoring. I think the key messages out of there is that there needs to be understanding that, we are part of an ecosystem. So when it comes to looking at how to help firms or ensure firms, that in looking at the ethical behavior, looking at firm culture, looking at governance is not just the role of this board or standard setters. There are other players within that ecosystem. Of course, one very significant stakeholder or player is the relevant regulators. And there needs to be a recognition, I guess, one of the key messages is that each jurisdiction, the regulators have different powers, different authorities, and different resources as well. And we need to consider that as something that we look at more broadly as we look at how this whole ecosystem works. And of course, as Charles mentioned, we're looking at, whole of firm, but as we gather the information, we're also looking more broadly at the entire ecosystem and how we think it all works. In terms of the role of regulators, the role of the firms, and of course, our role as standard setters, and as well as the local standard setters as well. So that's some of the comments we've heard from the regulators. If I can move to the next slide. Thank you, Carla. We had 2 meetings with firms whilst we're in Australia. One in Sydney and one in Melbourne. Different to the way we did it in Singapore. In Singapore, we basically went and spoke to firms individually. But with the Australian meetings, basically we had the firms in groups, probably the top 6 or top 10 firms represented in each of those meetings. There's certainly, I think, a recognition again of our work and the importance of culture. And there is certainly, again, similar to what we've heard in Singapore, that firms, of course, have governance frameworks and processes in place to mitigate risks of unethical behavior. There are some comments about the differences between the consulting arm and the audit or the assurance arm of some of the larger firms. Now, what we've heard, of course, from firms is that they make sure that the training and the understanding, whoever they are coming in, whether they come in as a professional accountant, whether they come in as an engineer or lawyer, they want to make sure that they do understand the importance of ethics and the importance of independence. But we did hear some comments that often when consultants coming in from different backgrounds, that there is perhaps a lesser uniformity in terms of ethical standards and in terms of their understanding. Now, that is a risk, of course, and firms are doing what they can, as we understand, to address it. But that is a reality. And of course, in the consulting arms, many of them do not have an accounting background or not professional accountants. So that is, of course, a risk in terms of the ethical culture of the firm. There is another comment in terms of firm size, and of course, the comment was that larger firms do not inherently have poorer cultures compared to smaller firms, and of course, smaller firms will have the challenges as well. And so on that note, we will speak to the IFAC SMP community, and we'll do that in the next few weeks or so, and just to get a better understanding of some of perhaps the challenges that they face in perhaps not one of the big fours, but some of them are quite big, of course, and some of them a lot smaller. But we want to get a sense of perhaps their thinking in terms of, or their experience in terms of issues relating to culture and governance. Next slide, thanks, Carla. Next, we just want to give you a bit of an overview of some of the or I guess an update of the 2 Australian parliamentary inquiries that are happening right now. The first one is on the ethics and professional accountability, it's on the structural challenges in audit, assurance, and consultancy industry. And the second one is more broadly into the inquiry into management and assurance of integrity by consulting services. As you all know, Gabriella, Jans, Chan, and myself, we attended one of the public hearings held by the Parliamentary Joint Committee, PJC, on the first inquiry, so the ethics and professional accountability. And that was on the 8th of May, and Mark was also there a bit later on the day representing UK FRC. And I think on the public, we also had a private session, but in terms of the with the PJC before the public session, in terms of the overall feedback, I think it was a positive discussion. We were able to provide the PJC with some of the work that we have done and also perhaps our understanding of some of the issues, not so much just in Australia, but globally. And they did have a lot of questions for us during the meeting. There were also a lot of questions that we had to take on notice as well. And they're very much keen at that point of the discussion to really just try to find the solutions, how they could address this broadly, with the profession in Australia. And of course, we were invited because as you may recall, because we submitted a comment letter at the early stages of the inquiry, because we see that this is an important issue that has global impact, and that's why, as a board, we felt that it's important that we also participate in the process, in the discussion as well. So during the public hearing, some of the questions we have was, for instance, about the role of global leadership within firms, and again, the interaction between global leadership and local leadership. There were a few questions about the global landscape, including how regulators in different jurisdictions might try to address key scandals and different issues in different times. There are a few comments and questions about some of the more recent cheating scandals. We talked a little bit about tax planning as well, but there were also questions and discussions and views and comments about firm governance, particularly on independence, the independence of some of these non-executive board members within firms. So like I said, overall, it was quite a positive discussion we had with them, and felt that we had contributed to some of the some of the queries and thinking that they have in terms of the issues they're trying to address. Another, I guess, development that's relevant to our work is around the same time in May, the Australian Treasury had issued 2 consultation papers as a result of the PwC tax scandal. And one of the ones that are particularly relevant to us is, again, on regulation of accounting, auditing, and consulting firms in Australia. And that consultation paper is asking very similar questions that we're asking, that the board is asking and the working group is asking. Questions about governance, the effectiveness of laws and regulations, and standards as well. Transparency and publicly available information, as you hear some of the comments we've heard already, and a bit later, the role of transparency. Again, enforcement, the broader ecosystem on whistleblower, but also on competition of the audit sector. Some of the issues that the Australian Treasury are looking at from this consultation paper, you could see that I feel that it's an affirmation that we're going down the right track, because they're asking some very relevant questions that are similar to what we're asking. For instance, they're asking some of the issues potential issues rather, they've identified in this consultation paper, is that economically significant partnerships of some of the larger firms determine their own internal governance practices, which may not adequately protect the interests of stakeholders. And then there's another point about joint governance and sharing of profits between audit partners and non-audit partners. Again, very much about the governance setup of some of these firms. A lack of oversight or enforcement of ethical standards for non-audit partners may undermine audit compliance efforts. And also, information required to be disclosed in auditor transparency reports may not sufficiently inform stakeholders. So of course, they do have a slight focus on auditors, but of course we're looking more broadly as well. So that I think the Australian outreach certainly when it comes to firm culture and governance have been quite productive time with us. I would say probably, hopefully, Gabrielle felt the same way. It's worth 20-something hours each way going from home to Australia. So before I pass to Carla to give an update on some of the comments that we've heard from as we meet with some CFOs, I just want to see if Chana has anything to add in terms of particularly on the Australian hearings, parliamentary hearings.
Yeah, I think the important part is when they started the inquiry, there was a concern whether there is a deficiency in the standards. And I think they sort of are now more comfortable that, they ask about IESBA's governance structure and, how are you funded and even how are board members appointed, because we sort of say the code is from IESBA and then we do some minor modifications. So I think they're getting more comfortable in respect of the standards, because most of it is clear breaches. And so in that sense, I think that's a positive, impact. Gabriela, do you want to add anything?
No, thank you very much, Chana. I think that you said it all. I think that from this presentation and what you're saying, some questions that have been asked about the reasons why we were in Australia presenting or being heard by the Parliament are very clear. And they are relevant and important. I just wanted to highlight the importance of raising the importance and relevance of an international framework versus national frameworks being developed specifically for some countries and for some topics. And I think this was the most important takeaway and consequence of our presence there is that we hope, let's see what comes out from that report, that they realized that it's important to look at international frameworks and to make sure that whatever is going to be done in response to this situation is somehow consistent with this international framework. These problems are international, are not national. The firms are international. There are no frontiers. So this was, I think, the most important focus of our presentation it was to highlight the importance of international frameworks. And the questions, just to in case there are any questions on your comments or on your information provided, that they wanted to know how the IESBA works and our governance and funding. This was of course to reassure them that we have an independent framework and DNA, and that what we do is reliable for them to look at and see what they can replicate, use, adopt, whatever from our framework. It was not pure curiosity about who we are, but really making sure that we have all the governance and independence instruments and tools and frameworks in place to make sure that we work for the public interest and nothing else.
Thanks, Gabriela. Jeff, over to you, or Carla. Thanks.
Thank you, Chana. Next, we want to speak to you about the outreach we had with the CFO group. As we mentioned earlier, thank you, David, for making the connection and also being an interpreter. We've had very good insights from the CFO group, and they're very interested in engaging with us on this topic. We posed the question, as CFOs, what concerns you more in terms of what you've heard in the press and news about the ethical lapses that happen in firms? And obviously, they mentioned that they're very concerned that some of these ethical lapses of behavior seems a little bit more concerning than the inadvertent technical violations that might pop up once in a while. How they go about selecting the auditors, a lot of these CFO groups are involved in the bidding process, where they select the auditors and also the annual review of auditors. The reputation of the firm is very important to them. They say, as mentioned, Chana mentioned before, the firms mentioned they have a trust agenda. These firms do not just purchase services from the firms who are providing services. They are relying and purchasing trust, which every firm mentioned that it's on the agenda. Now, what is trust? Dr. Simon Longstaff, Executive Director of the Ethics Standard, mentioned, trust is the ability to rely on somebody to do what they say they will do, even when no one is watching them. The CFO group mentioned they realized there are challenges in some of these firms as they expand and grow across multiple jurisdictions and across multidisciplinary services within the firms. They admit that it is a systemic issue throughout the profession with some of these ethical lapses that we're seeing in the press these days. But we're very thankful for their honest contribution, and we look forward to further engagement with them. Now, Gabriel mentioned earlier, we had conversation with the SSB SEC Advisory Council, and looking at the clock, Chana, Jeff, and we've been speaking about these various themes for the last 45 minutes. So I think now is a good time to have a quick 5-second exercise with board members. I hope you participate for me to demonstrate the outcome of this exercise in terms of the next themes I would like to speak to you about. If you could raise your hands, point your finger to your cheek, and turn to the next person next to you and say, "This is my chin." Thank you. Thank you very much for participating. Did you realize it was not your chin? Yes. So what I'm trying to demonstrate is actions speak louder than words, and sometimes written words do not convey what the action is speaking. Throughout the conversation with all the stakeholders, we heard the tone at the top, the leadership role, and how they communicate the culture within the organization. And when it comes to culture, what is culture? Culture is a set of beliefs or values that the organization adhere to in carrying out their daily activities. It is an element that has a human factor to it, and mistakes happen. And that can happen when someone is under pressure. So in this case, a quick exercise, we had the pressure of time pressure, and I've given instruction to you as requested, and you carry out the instruction despite knowing that it was incorrect, whether it's intentionally or not. So in a lot of cases that we've heard from our stakeholders, we need to be cognizant that there is a human element when we discuss culture. And firm leadership, governance and oversight plays a huge role throughout the firm. And we also heard there is conflicts within the firms when it comes to audit and consultancy business. It is a prevalent observation throughout the conversations we've had with stakeholders, especially in the case of Australia, that there is conflict between the audit service line and the consulting service line when it comes to pursuing revenue growth within the firm. In terms of education, Chana mentioned earlier in the outreach in Singapore and throughout and other jurisdictions, there's a huge emphasis on education and training. Let me illuminate the difference between education and training. In some instances, the firms were informing us that they place huge importance on education. Education is imparting of knowledge so that the individual is able to think and act on its own, whereas training is very specific, a shorter term. Firms are very much focused on investing in educating its staff within the organization of the values that they carry. So it is not just training annual requirement that you need to sign off to maintain your certification. It is very much an education piece that is consistent throughout the year, onboarding of new staff, and especially staff who don't come from the normal regulatory function in the organization other than audit. There was a lot of discussion about regulatory measures being put in place, and that's transparency and disclosure. How does the firm demonstrate its effectiveness in terms of living the values that it claims that it stands for? The trust agenda that firms it's promoting to the world of the values it adhere to. Some of the regulators suggested that perhaps the measure would be transparency reporting and disclosure. That's how firms are able to demonstrate that they have addressed any ethical breaches of ethical requirements within the firm as adequately as and timely, and also that they're truly living the values that the organization purport that they adhere to. There is also discussion about rewards and recognition in terms of what incentivizes the staff within the firm to live its ethical values. In a lot of situations, we've heard from stakeholders that there is a bit of imbalance when it comes to rewards and recognition, that perhaps there's too much focus on the rainmaker of the organization in terms of promotion and rewards. Whereas when we were talking to the firms, we realized that there's structures and performance management in place that do not focus solely on how much revenue a staff member could bring in. So there is a disparity in perception of what happens on the ground. And we're here to inform members of the public that there is a differentiation in views when it comes to reward and recognition. And this aspect, we need to make sure we close the expectation gap where some of this misunderstanding occurs. Next, the scope and application of the code. There is discussion about how widely is the code adopted within the firm? Does it apply to the consulting arm of the business as well? As Chana mentioned earlier, there is a huge emphasis of making sure every staff member of the firm truly understand the requirements of the code. And now we've heard that in some jurisdictions, stakeholders say there's a big ask. The code is now 300 over pages and potentially will grow more in the next couple of years. So it is quite an exercise that admit that there is a lot of work that needs to be done. Lastly, the private equity and investment impact. For members who are not as familiar with this, I'll provide a bit of background. Sorry, apologies, let me get there. Make sure I get this right. The discussion and concern raised was whether there is with the increasing influence of private equity funds in firms, whether there's potential conflicts that needs to be managed properly. Now, there's nothing that's come to light at this stage, but let me share a little bit in terms of facts that's really in the media. In February 2024, an article written in Financial News London stated that private equity firms are sitting on an estimated 2.6 trillion of investor cash. There are talks of PE firms considering investing in accounting firms as a viable option. As you know, accounting firms are seen traditionally to dominate the audit and compliance related space and is seen as a stable source of enterprise. Whereas then following that, in March earlier this year, New Mountain Capital, which is a New York-based private equity firm, agreed to purchase a majority stake in Grant Thornton LP US. The deal was finally closed May 31st, just a couple of weeks ago. So why is this attractive to the firms? There was an article in Wall Street Journal April this year that say the traditional partnership mode has lost its charm due to, as we mentioned in earlier conversation, that there is a difficulty in attracting talent across the profession. In some jurisdictions, there are also challenges from a regulatory point of view. So for example, in the same article, an accounting professor from University of Texas mentioned that CPAs need to represent 50% of primary ownership of the firm or more, according to the CPA licensing law in the US. So that restriction in itself makes it hard for firms to raise equity from other sources other than its own partner. The individual go on to state that capital that individual partners can provide is inherently limited and not be sufficient to fund its expansion. Now, the last thought I'd like to leave you with when it comes to private equity and investment impact and some of the concerns that was raised was when I looked on the website of New Mountain Capital website, it states its investment approach has consistently emphasized on business building and growth in economy of cyclical industries across private equity, credit, and net lease investment strategies. Now, I've spoken quite a bit, and we've got one more slide before we open the floor for what members.
If I could, sorry, Carla, if I could just add, just want to give the board also with this SAG. If you were not there, but if you were there, you recognize that we really got some very rich comments from the SAG group because it's over 30 members, very diverse in their background, regulators, covered from firms, those charged with governance. So really people who we would consider are important stakeholder groups. And so when we got some of these feedback in terms of some of the key comments on role of profession and public interest and role of leadership and some of the regulatory measures that we've heard and the importance of incentive, we actually had 3 breakout groups of 10 or so, and we gave them slightly different questions, different aspects. But essentially, if you had a chance to read the comments that we got back in one of the agenda papers, it's very consistent in terms of the importance of the role of leadership, as Carlos mentioned. But certainly, I want to highlight ultimately, when you look at a firm, it is a for-profit business. So, you need to think about, what are their incentives, right? And there's always that tension, as we've heard from different stakeholder groups now, is the tension of being a for-profit business and also with their role as professional accountants to act in the public interest. So I would encourage you, if you get a chance, if you haven't had a chance yet, to read some of the comments that we've got back, because it was really a great breakout session that we have with 30 or so stakeholders across the globe, but also across different stakeholder groups. Thanks, Carl.
Thanks, Jeff. This slide explains a little bit on the feedback we received from the national standard setters. Again, this was following the meeting with SEC at the same week, and reached conversations, again, very honest conversation. And as I remember recalling at the March meeting, members shared that it's very important for the working group to really truly understand and identify the issues, what this scope of this working group is trying to address, to make sure that we do not inadvertently create a huge expectation gap if we haven't undertaken exercise. And that's why it's very important throughout month of May and April that we spoke to so many stakeholders. I'm sure that I had more FaceTime with Chana and Jeff than I ever had with my own family members in a very long time. A lot of the theme that we've heard is very much what you've heard in the last 45 minutes. So it is reassuring to affirm that our understanding that this is the understanding across the profession, some of the views about the maintaining public interest and revenue. We heard from the French National Standard Setter that say firms, it's an enterprise on its own. It does need to protect interests of its employees and stakeholders, but at the same time, trying to find a fine balance between doing that is contractual obligations, relationships, and managing public interests. The part that we appreciate further clarification was the sharing of information about the local definition of firm in various jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions, it was shared that it might be very difficult to try and regulate a firm, as we know that there's different structural mechanism in place, whether it's a partnership or a corporation. So we, as a working group, we were tasked to understand what that implication is in each jurisdiction, and perhaps work with IFIA in terms of the enforcement. Yes, I think in terms of NSS, I've covered everything. Chana and Jeff, do you have anything else to add? Yeah. I think we've requested an hour of your time, and now we would like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla and Jeff. Crystal?
Thanks. During the presentation, I checked, or I noticed 3 questions. So they're different questions. I don't know if you want to park them and etc. But my first question was about that ecosystem that was you talked about on culture and governance. And did the outreach demonstrate that the expectation would be that the firms should take their ecosystem characteristics and compensate the external weaknesses by some stronger practices inside? Because I heard that some regulators or etc. said, well, there are different powers, enforcement powers, types of regulations, etc. in some countries. And okay, that's a fact. Does it weaken the whole ecosystem? And what is the role of the firm within such a situation? I think it would be interesting to think a little bit on the consequence of such input from the outreach. I was wondering if the outreach demonstrated any potential negative effect on hiring capacities of the firms when increasing the ethics requirements and practices in the consulting activities. Did they speak up about such risk or not? I was wondering if the task force had already at this stage a position on the potential scope of the IESBA project, given the outreach inputs on audit versus consulting scopes. Do you have some strong convictions at this stage? Thank you.
Okay, so let me try to respond to your questions, Crystal. So in terms of the ecosystem, I think we are thinking of the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem, not just the ecosystem of the firm. And I think we'll get to it in a few slides, what we're thinking. And in the whole ecosystem, some things may be addressed by the firm, some things may be addressed by a regulator, some by a standard setter. We don't know, but we are sort of looking at the whole picture at the moment before, getting down to the nitty-gritty. The outreach is about hiring practices. I think it's a sort of a global thing that at the moment talent is rare. It's difficult to get at talent, and I don't think it's necessarily linked at the moment with the issues that the firms are having. Although I recognize there was a comment in Canada from the Netherlands saying that they have some difficulties. At the moment, the working group is still distilling the information. We don't have a firm position on where we might go. We are still very much on the information gathering phase. So the scope in respect of firm culture and governance is the whole firm. And it's not just audit or consulting.
Okay, thank you, Chana. I think that Jeff wanted to say something.
If that's okay, Chana. And I think we may, of course, want to take a few questions at a time as well, but just for your triple questions, Christelle. But in terms of the first two points, in terms of the whole ecosystem, yes. And that's why, you're always looking for that balance, right? And everyone has a responsibility, and it works if it works better, rather, if all the different elements within the ecosystem are working well. Of course, as standard setters, we have our roles. We haven't heard any specific comments about, firms should do more when, regulators don't have the right powers or there's other sort of restrictions. But certainly I think there's a recognition, though, that every player has a role to make sure it works. And if regulators somehow didn't have the right authority or the right power when it comes to monitoring and enforcement, it will have some impact, I think. But that's something that we'll continue to consider. On your other questions about negative impact on hiring capacity, when they come into firms, they perhaps need to subject to a higher standard of ethical standards or behavior. I can't pinpoint to any specific comments, but certainly something that we've heard across different forums that firms are as very highly regulated environment, and so perhaps there may be some impact on the local in terms of attracting local talents. But as Chana said, it's a global issue, but nothing specific per se that firms or others have point to that high ethical standards. But I see Luigi is coming with his. You've got a point on that.
Sorry, I think that Carla also wanted to add something. Carla?
Thank you, Christelle. To your point about number one and two, in terms of whether when there's a weakness in the ecosystem, what the firms do, we have heard that that throughout the firms, they all have a global leadership where they set global standards and policies for implementation at the various member firms and networks. So they do try, they set a global baseline, which is a very high bar, so that there is consistent implementation throughout the firm. Now, the working group is not in a task to auditing what they say, but we truly believe that the firms do try to implement systems and processes in place so that whichever firm and network firm throughout the world, they carry the same values, the reputation and the brand. So it's very important for them to do that. In terms of hiring, we heard that some firms have taken to the steps of divorcing from their network firms when they've been found not being able to comply by the requirements they put in place. So is that a negative impact? I would say that is raising the bar, not so much negative impact. In terms of retaining talent, I think it ensures that the firms are living up through the ethical bar that they set for themselves.
Okay, thank you, Carla. China, I would suggest that, if possible, we collect one or two, depending on the nature of the questions and comments.
Yeah.
Also, because I suspect some of the topics may trigger some discussion around the table, and the members may drink from the others' interventions. So, if you agree,
yeah,
and it would be Mark. I think that Mark was the first one.
Thank you. So it's a fascinating subject. And you think that things are in a certain way until they're not. So just really some comments based on what you said. Failure to follow high ethical standards or failure to do the right thing can undermine a firm's reputation sometimes. So there's not always a correlation between poor behavior and the impact on, for instance, market share, which I think is an interesting thing. So you don't necessarily have the break that you think the market provides. So therefore, how do you address that in the public interest, which is, I think, a really interesting question for the task force. I think also we have a real challenge over structures, because as you say, the largest firms are global, but some are more global than others, because global has a different size presence depending on who you are. And then in terms of regulation, well, audit is a regulated activity, but then other activities may be more or less regulated dependent on the jurisdiction that you're in. And enforcement, if you go around the IFIAR membership, the role that members have in respect of enforcement is very different. There's not one size fits all. So in a sense, you've got a really quite tricky challenge where you're looking at the regulation, for want of a better word, of a global business through a national lens. And therefore, quite the vehicle that we use to do that needs some careful thought, because there isn't consistency of approach, and I don't think we'll ever get consistency of approach. So therefore, I think sort of standing back and thinking about this from a principles perspective is probably the sort of most likely sort of route to some of these things. But I think it's very interesting that although in a lot of the outreach you've seen certain messages reinforced, the fact that people think those messages are reinforced doesn't necessarily mean they are reinforced. It just means that, by exposure, things sort of get echoed and brought around. But it's been really interesting to hear where you've gone. But I'm not sure that anyone has shown you a magic bullet as part of those discussions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Andy?
Thank you. And I'm thinking how to divide my comments, because I know the second part has some of the working group's preliminary views, and so I'm going to try to push those to that part. But first of all, I do want to say I'm highly supportive of this project, and I appreciate the outreach that's been done to date. So I have a question, and maybe we'll see how it goes. In the outreach, I see that there's a lot so far of regulatory and professional accountancy outreach that's been done. In the chart with the robust groups, I didn't see that much on investors and investor groups. So my question for this working group is, are you going to be taking steps to try to get more outreach from stakeholders that actually represent the ultimate stakeholders, the public of our work, the investor communities or other stakeholders. And I appreciate that that's sometimes a difficult group to get to, and this is early days, but I just wanted to make sure that was on the target. And maybe this is a rhetorical question or a question, but I'll put it out there. I think our goal is certainly a high quality ethical framework to create high quality ethical performance that has a framework of adherence and quality management, and then I think we would hope to be swift and appropriate consequences for people who don't adequately who fail in those obligations. And so as I'm hearing the issue with the outreach and the SAG and the code compliance and how difficult it is because we have a lengthy code, and whether it's all staff members, and this is maybe a rhetorical question for this group and others, is just what are the implications and consequences of us expanding our expectation for the use of the code for people who aren't professional accountants and whatever infrastructure and ecosystems they have. Because again, I think our goal is high quality ethical performance and consequences. And so that's somewhat of a rhetorical question, but my first was a specific question about the investor outreach. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Shall I take one more? Sadia?
So firstly, I just want to say a word of appreciation for the outreach and the academic work. I think we're all learning a lot. And I think it's important, as Gabriella pointed out, that we need to allow our minds to be open to what's coming to us rather than try and fix a problem that we might not understand. However, being in the world of standard setting, sometimes we start looking at risks of a project and things like that. So the first thing I should say is that, is this project viable? Yes. From all my readings in the last 6 months, this seems to be a topic that's not just under our radar, but lots of other people's radar in our stakeholder groups. And that may be an area that the task force, the working group, might actually be thinking about leveraging of. Who can we work with? What can we learn from them? And what are the timelines in terms of expectation? Expectation's another word. Andy says we should broaden our expectation. And my worry is that maybe our expectation is too great on this project and what we're able to do. But we're allowing our minds to be open to all items. And the 3 things that I was testing on is we're talking about culture. And culture is jurisdictional specific. But from the feedback that we have, we went to many different jurisdictions, and I didn't see any specific jurisdictional item. And I was wondering whether that was just because the feedback was done at that level, or was there something specific that we could learn from different cultures? I think diversity is important. I don't think we should try and make all accountants be the same. And I think sometimes different fits may be applicable to different jurisdictions. So I wondered if there was any insights from that. You already covered the big firm culture versus small firm culture, but that's something that continues to be on my radar. All PAs versus leadership, what is going to be the expectation on this project on that different levels, because the code's written for all PAs. And then, of course, the greater firm question and how that's implemented. And then from the academic article, that was a great piece of work because it kind of answered all our questions. But as I was going through it, I noticed a lot of terminology that might link or might differ from our code terminology, like ethical decision-making, ethical behavior versus professional behavior, ethical judgments versus professional judgments. And those are type of things that we should be cognizant of on our outreach to understand whether we are speaking the same language and honing on the same outcome. One last question, and maybe I missed this. I wondered if there were any good war stories. Like, was there a story of a firm turning their culture around? And maybe that's the sort of thing we can also learn from. Thanks.
Okay, maybe I respond to some of these. Mark, on the failure to follow, and then on market share, if you look at the Australian example of PwC, they had to sell their government consulting business for $1, which was probably worth over $500 million to $1 billion for $1. I think by the time the next reporting period comes, PwC would have gone from the biggest firm in Australia to the number 4 position. So that is, I think, where failure to follow ethical standards did have a market impact. Not always. So on the various regulatory parts of the business, yes, audit is regulated. Most jurisdictions would have tax regulated, and in some jurisdictions there would be insolvency regulated as well. So there would be parts of the business regulated and parts that are not regulated. We'll keep in mind as we develop this. We have still not got to the stage of what are we going to do about this, because at the end of the day, it could be, it might not result in a standard development project per se. It could be non-authoritative material, a report. So let's see how we go on that without jumping to a standard development position. Andy, yes, we are trying hard to get at the different groups, and we'll keep in mind trying to get at the investor group to get some feedback. As you say, it's the ultimate beneficiary of all of this. David has been very kind to get us at some CFO groups, which is also another group that is hard to get, but we'll work on that. In respect of your question on non-PAs, I think the terms of reference are clear that this project is for accounting firms. So I think we should just keep it for accounting firms and not right. You agree, okay. And then Sadhya, thank you for those observations. We did have in the engagement with the Singapore regulators, where we had Thailand, Indonesia, they did raise the issue of jurisdictions specific culture would have an impact on how the understanding of the ethical standards and its adoption and implementation. So they did bring that aspect up, and in terms of a governance code, they said you need to be mindful of jurisdictions and how it would be read in that jurisdiction. So that did come up. In respect of the academic study, I think we'll just park it for a moment until we get to that, because Jeff will give a bit of an overview of EVA's academic study. Good war stories. We did hear a few war stories where we were given the example of, I think last week, Rich, of how actually a consulting partner was bought into to a firm, and initially he misstepped, but he learned from it, and he turned the audit quality around, although he was not originally from the audit practice. So there are good war stories. You want to add something?
Yeah, I
Rich?
think, well, finishing on that one, the example we heard, which was very helpful, was the importance of leadership and consistent messaging and tone, and selecting people who were going to drive that messaging and tone. But on the culture point, Sadia, we also, in some of the interviews that David had arranged from us, we heard some interesting things from some cultures in some countries that we probably don't hear a lot from at the board level. And it was interesting what the difference was between the culture around public entities and what went on with private entities, and the fragility of the economic marketplace, and how that influenced what was, I'll use the word, considered reasonably acceptable, even though it might not have been ideal. So we have seen some of that, and that's a good observation you make, Sadia.
I know, lost track who was next in line. I'll just maybe finish this part of the table and then go to the David.
Thank you, Tana. So for those of you that haven't been in a meeting with the working group, I was very lucky to attend a couple. I just wanted to say they do an incredible amount of work. And today is the culmination of what you've seen. So I wanted to just say to the working group, you guys have done an amazing job, really have worked hard. And your patience, even when it's going through and letting people speak in their way, I think is really commendable. So I just wanted to make that comment off the top. But two observations, and maybe I'll challenge a little bit the thinking, because I'll come at it from a different point of view. So one of the things that's really come out that I think is really interesting, and we heard it certainly from the CFO community, is that the role of the professional accountant in business is really important, because they're the first, effectively, I don't want to call it the first line of defense, but they're the first group that see this, and they can often be influential in what a firm ultimately does or doesn't see. So I think one of the things I would encourage the working group when the scope is decided is to think about how, if at all, that's addressed, if it's part of this project or potentially something else. So I think just that PAIB is an important aspect to consider here. The second comment I would have, and I think it builds a little bit on what Rich actually just said, and it's the idea of when we talk about firms and we talk about the work that they provide, it's often to publicly traded companies. So how does the firm structure, like the company structure, change the nature of how we should look at this when they're not publicly audited, for example, and they're not subject to a requirement for that? So if the firm's not actually involved and the company stands on its own, then again, we're back to PAIBs. How does that potentially influence? Because if there's unethical behavior, what's the level of oversight or the level of checks and balances, if you will, that a firm would normally provide in an audited situation? So that's just another observation to think about. Does firm, in terms of company structure, potentially influence how you think about this issue from that perspective as well? So just a couple of comments on things to think about and how that all ties together. But otherwise, honestly, as a team, you've done an amazing job.
Thanks, David. Paul?
Thanks so much. Really reiterate the just appreciation of the work done. But just asking that question, especially on applicability, how we approach the balancing of public interest versus public perception, because you might find that it is only firms of a certain level of size and impact that, if anything, the most sensitive about the public perception. And what's the implication to the public interest as they take more and more steps back to manage that perception risk? And who almost is the public interest left at the, shall we say, the mercy of, as you see much more and more caution by the scale players? Just something to think through. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Luigi?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, quite interesting. I have some difficulties in understanding whether these factors that you are highlighting in the presentation are considerations, facts, evidence, or just idea and assumption of those with whom you have spoken. Just to give you a couple of examples. At a certain point, you stated that the talent retention and attraction is dependent also on reputation of firm. And frankly, I have not such an evidence of that. And therefore, I don't know whether this is based on a research, on factual situation, certain geographical areas, and so on. Another example is when in slide 13, but it was discussed several times, there are differences between consulting and audit in terms of ethical consideration more deeply embedded in the audit. Is this factual? It is supported by evidence, or it is just a consideration proposed by many stakeholders that you have interviewed or you engage in the discussion? Because it could make the difference. And even in this case, is it a matter of more training? Is it a matter of completely not understanding the rules and so on? Also considering the fact that in many countries, even non-auditor are subject and bound by ethical codes that would not be a IESBA code, but would be other type of codes that are equally important and reliable. So I would not say simply that there is a different level of approach in this respect. It could be, but let's say it depends whether it is a personal consideration or it is a root cause of certain events already happened, and this has been deeply reviewed and supported by evidence. And another example, I will not make all the example, but just a few examples to explain why I'm saying this, is that always in slide number 13, larger firms do not inherently have poorer culture compared with the smaller firm. It seems that we are suggesting here that it is the case. So the fact that you are saying they do not have inherently a poorer seems that you are suggesting that in fact they have. So is this coming from evidence, or it is just a matter of wording of the presentation? So I think that also in order to take an informed decision in the following meetings that we will have, this matter, this distinction between consideration, facts, root cause, already, let's say, full of evidence would be quite important. And another matter, in order to echo Andy, another class of stakeholder that may be important to involve would be the audit committee member or those chartered governance members that may also have different insights and evidence of their experience in respect to this matter. Last point, and then I will stop. Sometimes we are referring to real experience, and the point is, would be quite interesting in understanding whether the rules, policies, processes were fit for purpose and was a breach coming from individual or collective group of people, or in these specific circumstances, the policies, procedure, and tools, and whatever is the internal system of quality management is, was inadequate as a first stand, and therefore this was the root cause of what happened. This would be quite important to understand in order for the same reason, to take informed decision in the following of this project.
Thanks, Luigi. So I'll try to deal with this. So on the PAIBs, yes, I mean the PIBs, in a sense, is the first line of defense. So we will consider what roles they have, David. I mean, with PIs versus non-PIs, I mean, the firms will have their own policies, and then for PIs, there are much more restrictions and rules applicable. So there is a difference. But I think from a firm culture perspective, I mean, it should be the same culture. It shouldn't matter whether you're dealing with a PI client or a non-PI client. Am I missing some point?
So maybe just a point
Yeah.
of clarification. So I was thinking more the individual companies as opposed to the firms. So individual company structure often influences whether or not a firm's even required. And
Okay,
if
so
there's
you're
no
sa-
firm required, then what's the implication to that? And then if you extend that further, like who's the public interest then? Because it's not an investor group, for example. Who is it? Is it then the employee group? Is it the taxpayer? So it's
It will
just
depend
thinking
on the
through
circumstance.
exactly.
Yeah,
So it's then thinking through, well, who's the public interest when it's a privately held firm, a company, for example, and therefore doesn't need a firm's services, strictly speaking. It's just what's the risk there, and how are we thinking about that?
Okay, we'll take that point. Thanks, David. So Paul, public interest versus public perception. I mean, we'll consider that. I mean, mainly it will be the audit business that has a lot of public interest in it in terms of the listed entities. And the public perception when you don't comply is that, due to the bad reputation, you will lose business. That would be an issue in the long term if you have a bad public perception of a firm. Luigi, these are most of them are sort of conversations we are having with people. So this is what people are telling us. We have not gone and audited it. The talent retention, I think that was a comment that came from Canada at the meeting at Canada, where Netherlands had made a question, made an observation. Yes, there could be more training done for the consulting side to make people aware of their ethical requirements. At the Melbourne firm meeting, a partner who was in the audit practice and then transitioned to a consulting role, she made the observation that in the consulting practice, it's really hard to get the people who have not come out of the audit background to comply with the ethical standards. And so she's finding it a constant challenge. In respect of culture, like, do we have any evidence? If you read the Zwitkowski report on the PwC culture, that identifies, we referred to that at the March meeting, that identifies a lot of issues that was going on in PwC Australia. So there is a comprehensive report done on that. So some are from reports, some are from conversations. So we are sort of we are putting various information in this presentation, but take your point that at a certain point we will have to sort of say that these are from reports or studies that have been done and these are from stakeholder engagement. So it's a bit of a mix at the moment.
Okay, Chana, I'm sorry, and with my apologies for those who have asked for a long time to speak, Amarjit and Sungnam. I would suggest that we break now because I fear that people are starting getting a bit tired, and we need to listen to the others just like we listened to the first ones. So I think that we need to breathe a little bit, and then we will restart with Amarjit and Sungnam. Apologies, but I think it's better because I'm sure that you have important things to say, and I fear that after 2 hours, people can start being a little bit tired. Okay, is that okay, Chana?
Yeah.
So, and I suggest that in any case, we restart at 11:30, 20 minutes. Okay, sorry, but I think that after 2 hours, everybody needs to breathe. Thank you. See you at 11:30. So thank you very much for being back on time. We will now listen to the Amarjit and Sungnam who had asked to make questions or make comments. And then we will move forward in the presentation, I believe, but I'll leave that lead to Chana. So Amarjit, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I had 3 points, and one has already been discussed. The first one was regarding non-public accountants. So I completely support what David mentioned. I think we should find a way of covering them as well, either now or maybe later. Because in our regulatory experience also in India, we found that often the first level of gatekeeping at the company level is very critical, and there are many issues there. So it would be probably very relevant for us to look at that. So that was one, and I think it has been responded to already. Secondly, I was just wondering about, in the context of this work, our thinking on small and medium firms. So the question was, did the group have a chance to get their views? I mean, that is an important stakeholder, and what is our position vis-a-vis that? Just to give you a sense of numbers in India, for example, we have 96,000 audit firms, out of which 75,000 are just the proprietary firms. They're very small and medium-sized firms. So where do they fit in all of this, right? So that was one question I had. And the third question and the final question, again, on consultation. I'm limiting my comments only on the consultation as of now. So I was just wondering, during our consultation with various stakeholders, was there any discussion around the very fundamental issue of bias of the payment model, if I can call it, where the auditor is hired and fired by the auditee. So there are no clear solutions around that, but it is often perceived as a root cause of many problems relating to governance and culture. So was this issue discussed at all, or do we really want to look at it, or we know that this is not solvable, so let's see how best we can mitigate those conflicts rather than addressing the very basic fundamental issues. So I'll pause with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Amarjit. Chana, can I go to Sungnam? Sungnam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this very incredibly comprehensive exercise during a short period of time. My comment is about the difference between the observation in Australia from firms, the difference between consulting and audit. I think this observation is in line with my understanding I have had for a long time. So the two, the audit and also consulting, should have the same level of awareness of ethical behavior or professional ethics. However, in reality, I think we have the gap between the two. One of the reasons may be because audit and consulting are legally separated. even though they belong to the same network. So with that, I believe the leadership of the firm should make an extra effort to raise the awareness of ethical behavior across the board for all business lines. At the same time, I believe we as a board should figure out how to address this issue for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam. Chana.
Thanks, Amajit and Sunam, for your comments. So responding to your question 2 and 3, at the moment, we have mainly looked at the large firms. The engagement has been in the large firms. But as Jeff mentioned, we are looking forward to engaging with the IFAC SMP committee, who represent the SMP practitioners. And maybe we need to look at a few single proprietors as well, somewhere down the track. So the short answer is, at the moment, the focus has been on the larger practices. On audit client, I mean, it has been raised with us, but more from the perspective, who is the client, and in terms of the, I think at the PJC, they sort of raised the issue of, when you're providing services to the public sector, then it's really the taxpayer. But we have not explored in detail the audit client, who pays the fee and the impact it might have. And I think we will gather some information, but we are not going to, it's not the focus of the project. Sunam, thank you for your observation on audit versus consulting, and it operating under separate structures, and agree with you that the leadership of the firms need to take action to ensure that the same level, theoretically, the code should be applied across the whole firm. And if people are coming from other backgrounds, then they should be given the proper training to be as conversant as a person coming out of the audit practice.
Thank you very much, Chana. And I think that with this, we are finishing the first round of discussions and the first comments. If you allow me 2 minutes just to, on my side, provide some additional or share some additional thoughts on some of the comments that have been shared. So on Mark's comment on the market hands, the magic hand of the market does not always work. I think that in terms of selecting, making the necessary selection, I think that this is, it was interesting to listen to the two of you, because I think that the conclusion is clear that that can be part of the story, but some additional regulation or something can sometimes be needed to help shaping the dynamics in the market. And on investors, and it's not only that they are difficult to reach, and they are actually, and we have been then having that difficulty, but it's always difficult to have a meaningful conversation, because they are very, very diverse and not always very well organized and prepared to take part in these discussions. And speaking with investors about accounting and auditing and etc. can be very difficult, but I fully agree that we need to keep on making that effort, and all the contributions that board members can provide in that respect will be very welcome. And on the expectations mentioned by Sadia, I fully agree, and that's something that we have been trying to balance the best way possible, not to raise too many expectations, too high expectations about what we can or we can't or we should not do. But of course, meeting the the expectations, as long as they are reasonable and valid. So I'll have a lot of this has been a very, very interesting conversation so far, and I think that together with the information that the working group is bringing, which starts being consistent in some areas. And interestingly, Sadia, you mentioned we've spoke with different groups in different regions and etc., different cultures, and still there starts being we start seeing a consistency in the topics identified both by regulators, the firms, and the different groups in the many areas. I agree that we should diversify, take into consideration some diversification, but this is helpful in terms of telling us which are probably the topics on which we should focus, even if the information we collected so far sometimes is not that based on science or research and reports and etc., based on conversations, but that's exactly what the group is trying to bring us as what we heard, right? And with that, then we will make our reflections, see which consistent topics we are seeing being identified, which one of them have the necessary consistency to base our future work. I'll stop here and back to you, Chana, for the next part of the presentation.
Thanks, Chair. So now we have the issue of time pressure and half an hour left. We are aiming to give Mark at 12:10. So in the next few slides, I wouldn't call it this working group's preliminary reviews, but I think it's more like identification of themes. So maybe we go through it quite quickly, and then we sort of get the board's feedback, because that's the more important aspect. And then I need to give it to Jeff by about 12 so that he can cover Eva's report. So these are some of the things that people have been telling us. And we have it by the different themes, the role of the profession and public interest. As you know, the first paragraph of the quote talks about the public interest, and so there's a responsibility to that and to maintain public trust. So next we'll go to role of leadership and governance. I think we have spoken today in the morning about the importance of leadership. And when the leadership works, like that example that Rich and I were talking about, that we were told last week, where somebody came from a consulting background and changed around the audit quality of that firm. So that shows the importance of the leader and their willingness to learn and to initiate change. So then we have accountability of the leadership. So the leader should be accountable, and there should be accountability mechanisms such as performance reviews, compliance reporting. We were told about the situation in one network where they go around and do evaluations, and if you don't measure up, then you can get kicked out of the network as well. So then the next one is rewards and recognition, and this comes up quite a lot, and from different stakeholder groups about the importance of rewards and recognition, and aligning that with what you want to achieve. Next is transparency. So when things go wrong, are you transparent with what went wrong? And so that the others also learn when corrective action is taken about the repercussions and consequences of it. Then education. So this is the importance of ethics education. And this goes to like firm-wide training where all staff understand the requirements of the code of ethics and their public interest responsibilities. And then the next one is the speak up culture. where disagreements are tolerated, and then there should be also effective whistleblowing systems. And finally, the ecosystem. So this is where you must act in the public interest, uphold high ethical standards, and then collaboration between the various parties for supporting the whole ecosystem. So these are essentially things we have heard, and we have tried to distill it into these categories. So I think I'll sort of leave it there. So it's better to get feedback on these high-level themes. And are we missing something? Is there some other theme that we should consider as well?
Thank you, Chana. I think this group of themes very well reflect what you heard and information that you collected over the last times, which does not mean that there couldn't be others, and maybe there are, or these ones can trigger other themes. But yes, I think it's important to listen to the board members at this stage. Andy?
Thank you, Chair. So you went really quickly on that last bit. I take it now the second part is appropriate for me to comment on. Okay, great. Thanks. And I mean, I think I'm responding to almost all of the themes, quite positively. I did want to visit a little bit on slide 19 with the working group preliminary views on well, they're all titled that same way. Yeah, I mean, I think the first two and the last two bullet points, I completely subscribe to. I'm concerned about just the significance or the meaning behind the firms must balance revenue growth with their public interest responsibilities. And it's, bless you, and it's not, it's given the other bullet points about have a responsibility to act in the public interest, leadership should emphasize professionals public first, commercial pressure should not compromise audit quality. It seems revenue growth will organically be what revenue growth is. And we have a standard, at least in independence, with regard to revenue and revenue aspect. So it just seems to be a false positive to have a revenue growth aspect there. So I don't think it's the revenue growth that's the issue. I think it's the issue of the other ones, and I fully subscribe to those. I'm just wondering about the operationality of operability, excuse me, of revenue growth, and really if it's relevant. If firms happen to do well and they have big revenue growth, but I think if they're maintaining all the other bullet points that you mentioned, complying with our standards, mindful of everything else, then I don't know what the balance they must have. So I don't mean to be crass about it, about revenue growth, but that's not a symptom. The problems are the other things, in my view. So thank you for listening.
Amarjit, please.
Just a couple of points very quickly. So one is, the question is whether all the themes are adequately covered, or can we cover something else as well? So one thing which comes to my mind is maybe the regulatory piece. And you'll have to excuse my regulatory bias, but in terms of the feedback that you got from various stakeholders, I think the regulatory piece was highlighted. And if you want to cover it a little more, couple of specific suggestions there. So in terms of the securities market regulation, whether we can borrow from some of the frameworks which are already available, tested, and we've also recognized the limitations of those frameworks. And so we need not reinvent the wheel, and we need not make the same mistakes which securities market regulators have made in the past. So one is the corporate governance framework, and we have experimented with dealing with conflicts of interest issues. We've had the independence directors frameworks, and again, the limitations of those frameworks is what I would like to highlight more. There are a lot of issues with the independence of independent directors. So how do we take care of that if we go down that path, making recommendations for having independent governance and oversight structures? Secondly, we could also look at the credit rating regulation, and I'm happy to. In fact, India has been sort of ahead of the curve when it comes to credit rating agencies. We started the regulation of CRAs even before the global financial crisis. So again, there the issue is how do you ensure the independence of the rating opinion, which is given by the rating agency, and the client is paying for the opinion. So there are structures which we've experimented and they work well. So for example, you could have a independent management committee which clears the rating opinion and where the chief executives and other key executives of the rating firm are not involved. So these are just some examples, and happy to share the Indian experience there. And secondly, I would also maybe suggest looking at the IESBA principles, especially principle 19 and 20, which deal with the auditors. And although they are written from the securities regulation point of view, but there could be some lessons for our work as well. And finally, the last piece, or two pieces actually very quickly. Can we also talk about, I think in the feedback, it was mentioned that we got some feedback on culture assessment. So the need for a culture audit, if we can consider that also would be useful. And finally, if we can, wherever there are suggestions, high-level suggestions on evaluation and performance management, etc. Instead of just leaving it at very high level, can we look at suggesting some metrics around that, so that it becomes a little more specific and more cogent in that sense? Thanks.
Thank you, Amajit. Can we collect one more? Chana? Vanya, please.
Thank you. Very good work being done so far. Shana, I think I subscribe for all the preliminary teams that you appointed. I sometimes have to answer to some journalists. We had our quote of fraud last year in Brazil, and sometimes a journalist asked, what is the sense of having standards if this kind of situation still happens? And I understand that if it still happens, but in a very fewer number, if you do not have the standards, then we will not have any kind of situation where you could trust information provided by companies. So I understand the importance of a standard, and that's what we are trying to understand, to build here. But we must be conscious that a good standard will not prevent fraud in any way, because when the human being wants to be dishonest, they will find a way. What we are doing is not in some of blind of preventing fraud from occurring, but and in this sense, I think that the key that you are suggesting are so important, because if we have good standards and we work these themes, mainly transparency and education, so we can make the knowledge about the standard spread for everyone, then we will reduce opportunities to fraud, and we will accelerate the identification when one occurs, and then we can deal with that and prevent it from happening again. So I think it is very important for the IESBA, the work that you are doing, because the standards are not perfect and are not yet enough comprehensive. And we need the ethical side to be there when the standard is not. And so if you can help, you have all my support in that.
Good. Thank you, Vanya. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. So, Andy, I think going back to your point, these are things people have told us. So, it's I sort of agree with you. It's hard to balance the public interest and the revenue growth. So it's things that people have told us, not necessarily this is what we are saying. Yeah, so that's what I said. These are, I think the heading should really be identification of themes rather than working group preliminary views. Then Amajit, I think a lot of things you went through is more the solutions, and we are sort of still not got to the solutions. We'll shortly get to the UK Farsi Audit Governance Code because Mark will be speaking about it. We'll look at the IOSCO principles 19 and 20 and see whether we can get something out of that. Like culture audits, evaluation, performance, those are sort of, I guess, potentially solutions. I didn't fully understand the credit rating agency point. So maybe you can, because we are talking about firms here. So I didn't fully understand the credit rating agency point.
Maybe you want to take it one-on-one, but very quickly, so the point is the inherent conflict of interest is identical. So we've tried to resolve that, and can we resolve it here also? But maybe you can go through the details separately.
Okay. And Vanya, yes, I mean, the standards can be as good as they are, but there's always the human element, and non-compliance will happen whatever we do. So, but we are trying to address it by looking at the themes, and we are sort of pretty much at the early stages of the journey. So thank you for your observations.
Okay, thank you, Chana. Now it's Jeff's.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chana. Thank you, Gabriela. So we just have one slide here, just one slide between our next two presentations, and so we have 10, 15 minutes or so. Just to walk through some of the what we've seen and heard from the academic report that we received, and of course it's one of the agenda papers as well. Just perhaps to start with just a bit of background, just quickly, we had engaged Dr. Eva Saurido. From now on, I'll just call her Eva, who is of course a former technical advisor from Australia, but importantly, she's very well qualified to prepare this report for us. She had been an academic teaching in the area of business and professional ethics, including whistleblowing and philosophy of management, and more recently, she is a consultant focusing particularly on ethics, culture, and leadership. So essentially the ask is for her to prepare a very short report. So as you see, it's a 10-page or so on what is culture, the elements or factors influencing culture, ethical culture, or the elements of ethical culture as well. And also the last part of her report is about the impact of ethical culture on ethical behavior. So in front of you, I've just got 3 blocks, and I want to go through her report and bring out some key points that I think is helpful for our thinking and for the working group's thinking. First point I want to bring out is what is in the studies on the area on the impact of culture. In her report, she cited a lot of studies really demonstrating the importance of culture on the behavior. For instance, the influence of an organization's culture, the climate, and the environment has on ethical behavior. There's a lot of studies about that. And as the first point there's a strong link. There's strong evidence to suggest there's a strong link between ethical culture and of an organization or firm and the ethical behavior of employees. If you had a chance to read the study, she talked about ethical judgment, which is in terms of some of the findings or some of the researchers has identified that, often in terms of judgment is what you should do. But the challenge is people don't always do that. And I think that is when and there's a study that's found that the organization, or at least a study cited in her report, that's found the organizational environment, including ethical culture, influences the relationship between judgments and behavior. Again, some of these studies really demonstrates the importance of having the right culture in terms of how a staff or in a firm or any individuals would behave. And in terms of ethical decision making, again, in the study, she's mentioned that there's general consensus between when the person's making decisions from an ethical perspective, it depends on a few things: the characteristics of the person, the environment, including the culture, and of course the decision. And I think one of the studies have mentioned that good people, or at least in her report, has mentioned that good people can easily be influenced to behave unethically and rationalize their choices. Throughout our last few months, we've heard a lot of comments about bad apples, and we've made some of those ourselves as well. And there's one study I want to particularly point you to, which I thought some good thoughts there. The bad apples perspective blames unethical conduct on morally flawed individuals whose personal characteristics predispose them to behave unethically. However, the bad barrels perspective links unethical behavior to an immoral organizational ethos where subordinates succumb to organizational influence to comply with corporate transgressions. And I think there's another study that had a really nice quote there, which is on the slide. You can't be a sweet cucumber in a vinegar barrel. So I think it demonstrates a relationship between behavior and then broader the organizational culture. And I think this is a really important point because it demonstrates perhaps the importance for this board as an ethics standards board to really get into this space and have an understanding of culture, of governance, and how it's influencing ethical behavior. Because some of these studies found that, yes, it's important to have a code of conduct, important to have a code of ethics within an organization. But perhaps equally important is to look at the culture within that organization. And if that is something that this board can do, we don't have any solutions at this point. We have some thoughts. We'll include those that Emma just told us. We have some thoughts, but it demonstrates the importance that we need to look into this. So that's the first point. And the second I guess point I want to raise is in the studies, Eva talked about, just give us a sense of what is culture. And I like some of the simpler description, for instance, DNA of a firm or the firm's ethics personality. Another one that I think is quoted quite a lot in different places, even in our own EFIA cultural initiative, is the way we do things around here. Another study, which I think is quite an important study in terms of organizational culture, that was published in 2010. They talked about the 3 levels of cultural analysis. So you have the artifacts and espoused values and underlying assumptions. And ultimately, it is the underlying assumptions of that culture part that really drive the other 2 things. So for instance, if you take the example of performance management, the question is, are the values of an organization like firms reflected on how people truly are recruited, how their performance is assessed, and how they are promoted? Or are people promoted essentially if they maximize revenue? So the point here is that for this board or for anybody, whether it's regulators, it's not enough for us to just look at the stated values of an organization, all the slogans and everything, but it's important that we, as much as we can, dig deep into that deep level of culture. With this particular author, it's the underlying assumptions, what really, how people do things around here. In Eva's report, she does talk about also, she has some studies on, for instance, strong and weak culture as well. So for us, the question is, how strong is the ethical culture in firms? There are also a lot of points she had in her study and studies on, commercialism versus professionalism. And I think, again, that's the point about the role of the profession and, some of the points that Andy had brought up there in terms of whether, commercialism have taken over professionalism. So there's some studies, she has some studies on those. And then she talk about subculture, and I think this is an important point for us because sometimes whether there is different culture between different business lines. So perhaps that's something that the working group certainly would perhaps look at as well. The last one, a few more minutes, is essentially the influence on ethical, the elements of or the influence of ethical culture. And in her report, she talked about different, the formal and informal systems of behavior controls. But a couple of points I want to bring out here is from her study, it's quite clear about the paramount role of leadership and tone at the top, and also the importance of having the right governance framework and systems. So even in this one study that talked about the formal, informal systems, or in the formal systems, things like employee selection systems or performance management systems. These are all part of governance framework. And so I think it really highlights the importance for us, certainly as a working group, to really focus on the role of leadership and the role of governance. Because even in those themes that you looked at, I think what the working group has identified is the pervasive influence of leadership and also of the co-governance framework. So certainly from Eva's short studies with the the academic research that she's identified, certainly agree with those two things. In terms of the primary, so there's one study talks about the primary, secondary leadership embedding mechanism. But what I want to bring up here is some of the things that we've heard as well. Is that what leaders pay attention to or measure and control on a regular basis? For instance, how leaders allocate resources, how leaders allocate rewards and status, how they recruit, select, promote, and excommunicate. All this tell us is that leaders play a really important role. So in terms of our work, we need to think about how to address this, obviously from the whole ecosystem, but also more importantly from the perspective of this board and this and our code. So look, this is a very brief overview of I guess short academic research from Eva. We've got a few minutes left. I'm not sure if the board have any comments. I'm not sure if I'll be qualified to answer questions on the studies that Eva started, which is about 50 of them. But happy to answer any thoughts or hear any comments that the board might have for a couple of minutes, and then I'll pass it back to Shana or Carla to introduce the next bit.
Yes, okay, Amajit.
Just very quickly, no, these studies are good. I tried to go through it, I flipped through the pages. I'm just wondering if something, more in the context of the current social media technology evolution, how is it impacting cultures? If those kind of studies are also available, some of these, for example, the professor, that MIT professor study, Edgar Sheen's study, that goes back to 1985. So now we're in the digital age. So how does the digital age impact the culture? I mean, if there are some very specific studies focusing on that are available, would be very useful. Yeah.
Thank you. Paul, please.
Thanks. I think it's somewhat correlated around how we build success stories, even looking around this room. How able are we to kind of highlight where we see success stories around the reward and recognition, as well as the retribution and retaliation management? Because those cut so to the core of practices when you talk about culture. So how do we feel we can say, oh no, we've seen it done right, and we see credible examples of where really you see the right kind of reward or recognition of even whistleblowers growing within any of our respective businesses, or where you see effective management of retaliation, just extra success stories. Thank you.
Okay, so what you are suggesting is that we should focus on situations or cases where some practices in these areas have driven positive results. Is that it? Okay. Chana, Jeff, any reaction?
Sure. I guess in short, thank you for both your comments, and as we walk into the next period, we'll certainly, Marjorie will look at some of the perhaps whether there's anything on the impact on social media and technology on culture and ethical behavior. Some of the studies, yes, they are a little bit older, but I think even would have picked those ones that perhaps it doesn't matter in terms of time, in terms of the behavior remains the same. And Paul, thank you for your feedback, and we've heard a few as well in terms of having some of those success stories, so we can sort of anchor that onto what is working, in some of these environments. So thank you for that. So with that, thank you. I'm going to pass to Carla. Okay, well, the next bit, we're gonna, Mark is very kind and agreed to speak to us a little bit more about the UK FRC's audit firm governance code. Of course, you would remember in March that we had, already a fairly good discussion on the code and give us got an overview. So we've asked Mark to do this because, the audit firm governance code, and I guess what we'll hear a bit later in terms of SQM1, they're all part of the solutions within the ecosystem. And so we want to socialize the board a little bit more on some of these two setups. So Mark, we'll pass it to you. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. So first thing before I start is that you'll notice there's an element of confusion in all of this, because we have a code of ethics, a code of conduct, an audit firm governance code, a corporate governance code, all of which are known as the code. So for the purposes of taking the minutes, you have to be really clear which code you're actually choosing to focus on. But the audit firm governance code has been around for nearly 15 years. The first one that was introduced in 2010. Although it is the FRC's audit firm governance code, the first code was actually one that the FRC asked the profession to develop. So one of our largest accountancy professional bodies, the ICAAW, brought together a working group, which was chaired at the time by the chair of a large FTSE company, who actually sought to bring together views about what was needed to drive high quality governance in audit firms. And one of the main things that the working group looked at was how do they ensure that the public interest, which is so essential to the delivery of audit, is also embedded within the governance of an audit firm. So you can't just have a focus on the delivery of a product or the delivery of work. It also has to be embedded in the way that that entity is run. So that was certainly a significant consideration and driver for us. The other thing, and Other board members from EU jurisdictions will also be aware of the fact that at the time that the Audit Firm Governance Code was introduced, the requirement for transparency reporting on the audit firms came in through an earlier EU directive. And one of the ways in which UK firms have demonstrated their compliance with transparency reporting has been to use the code as a vehicle to do that. So now we are on version 3 of the code. The most recent version came into effect from the 1st of January 2023. It applies to audit firms in their financial years. It broadens the focus on how public interest is embedded in governance, and particularly in our context, it looks at the way that independent non-executives work within the governance structure of an audit firm. When the first version of the code was introduced, the requirement was for there to be a public interest committee, which comprised a majority of independent individuals who provided advice and views to the governance and leadership of an audit firm. But now that has developed where we have independent non-executives, and we've continued to develop the code so it ensures that that is reflected both in the firm's audit work and its non-audit work. And then I should also say that, as you'll be aware from the presentation that Claire and Helen gave, in the UK we do have the operational separation of the largest audit firms. That followed a recommendation by the Competition and Markets Authority that there should be some way of ring fencing that, and therefore the code was updated to reflect that. The application of the code originally was for audit firms auditing more than 20 listed companies. That was changed in 2016 to 20 public interest entities, and more recently, where we've had examples of smaller audit firms undertaking audits of very large FTSE companies, the requirement changed to 20 public interest entities or one FTSE 350 company. So therefore you would be caught either way within that definition. There are two sort of underpinning assumptions that we have. The first is that a firm that's subject to the Audit Firm Governance Code applies ISQM1. So it is subject to the quality management arrangements. And then in our context, it reflects the fact that firms have a legal structure and legal obligations as limited liability partnerships. So what's the purpose of the code? Well, it's to promote audit quality. It's to ensure that public interest is incorporated within decision-making, particularly for audit. And I think, and it may pick up on one of the comments that Andy raised, it's also to help focus on the sustainability and resilience of the audit firm. In a sense, is the public interest reflected in decision-making, so it doesn't result in an outcome that would undermine the sustainability and resilience of an audit practice or an audit firm as a whole. It's also intended to drive engagement with stakeholders. So of course, that's thinking who actually relies on the work of the audit firm. Well, it can be investors, it can be shareholders, it can be the audited entities themselves, their stakeholders, and actually those charged with governance who are engaging with the providers of audit, and of course the regulatory community as well. So the way the structure works, it's really a model that is similar to those of you who are familiar with corporate governance codes, where we have a series of principles, and those principles are effectively things that audit firms have to apply. And those principles are supported by a series of provisions, and those provisions operate on a comply or explain basis. So a firm either complies, or if a firm doesn't feel either that it can or its structure or the way that it works requires something different, it has the flexibility that you explain how you do it in your context. And that's intended to provide that greater flexibility. So it's a fairly short code, focused on 5 broad sections. First 3 are directed at the firms themselves and focus on many of the things that we've been talking about this morning in the session that we've had. So leadership, people values and behaviours, and operations and resilience. The 4th section focuses on the role of independent non-executives, and in the context of a ring-fenced audit business, audit non-executives. So you can have ever more acronyms, which I'm sure is very attractive to people who are involved in the setting of ethical requirements. And then the final section is directed at those firms, in the case of the UK, the largest audit firms, which have an operational ring fence around their audit practice. And then it focuses obviously on what they do and how it draws on and uses the work and the experience and the input of independent non-executives. One of the things that we have within the Audit Firm Governance Code is there is, and there has been from the outset, an attempt in there to provide a definition of what we're looking for when we talk about public interest. And that is quite a difficult ask, because one of the things that we're very mindful of is that you don't want to define the public interest in a way that narrows it or limits it or reflects the fact that the public interest continues to develop by reference to whatever circumstances you find yourself in. But it does talk about the importance of delivering high quality audit, how that links into the public interest, and also the importance of reliable corporate and financial reporting underpinning the operation of financial markets. And of course, that links to the whole issue of public trust and confidence in financial markets and business more widely. The concept of the INEs is a different one. They're not partners in the firms, they're not employees, they're not responsible for strategy or performance. They have a dedicated role which focuses on how the public interest is represented in a firm. It allows them to provide challenge from that independent perspective. And I think the line that we use, and I'm going to quote from it, it means acting for the benefit of the common good, not necessarily in the interests of the firm's owners, although those interests may often be aligned. And the INEs don't have voting rights and they don't have decision-making powers. So it's very much a sort of independent input into the governance processes of the firms. One of the things where it applies perhaps most interestingly is how the INEs choose to discharge their public interest mandate in what that means in the context of delivering audit and other services. And you know, part of that role is the engagement with those stakeholders to be able to inform just how an audit firm does that. So as I say, the structure is one that I've explained. We've got principles and provisions. The principles themselves are fairly short and they're fairly focused on what are the things that we actually want. They are about creating a governance structure that works from a public interest perspective, and not one that is providing anything that's prescriptive. It's intended very much to be a principles-based code, and there is flexibility in how that is applied. So we are, as I said, nearly 15 years in. What's happened over the last 15 years? I think probably the area in which the code has developed most is around the people's values and behaviours. So the recognition of the importance of a positive culture in an audit firm, and a positive culture that doesn't just identify and prevent poor behaviors, but one that encourages positive ones. And in that, things like having a stand-up culture, having a culture that allows challenge, and so therefore it is a balance between reflecting on the things that you might need to do to demonstrate a positive culture, as well as we've got our systems and procedures and practices that allow us to stop things going wrong. As I say, the probably the only other things that I would say are the INE role continues to develop, particularly within the context of ring fence firms. So I think from a UK perspective, the ring fencing applies to the largest firms. In terms of the Audit Firm Governance Code, I think at the moment it applies to around the largest 12 firms in the UK. Those numbers go up or go down, and a number of others choose to apply it by analogy. So they use it, and they use it in the context of their reporting against transparency requirements. I think probably, Jeff, Carla, I'll pause there. If there are any things where people want to ask any questions or perhaps expand on that, very happy to do so. But those are the sort of key considerations of what's in it.
Thanks, Mark. I guess might open up the floor to the board and see if there's any comments or questions for Mark.
Well, I don't see anyone, but I have myself a question, and it's a very practical one. With respect to INEs, and this is my question, it's because we heard a few things in some places which triggered some questions on my side. You explained a lot about the function and the role that they play and etc. But my question is, does the code, and this is my ignorance, does the code say anything about who can be considered independent, or are there any criteria to qualify these people as independent, and who, if anyone, oversees their effective independence? And before you respond, Mark, let me just say that in some places we heard, yes, we are dealing with this, we have independent directors, this is a wonderful instrument. But then if we dig in a little bit into the reality, we heard things like, well, they are retired partners from the firm. It's good because they have a lot of knowledge, but and in some cases still, well, still linked to the firms by some kind of remuneration things. And there was in some places, or in one specific place, the answer was no, nobody oversees the effective independence or the. So these kind of things, is the code, does the code say anything in that respect, or is that the firm itself which decides who is independent and monitors the independence and etc.?
So ultimately, the code itself talks about the importance of an independent mindset, a willingness to challenge, and about the need for independence within the firm. So therefore, INEs would not hold, for instance, a board role in an entity that was audited by the firm they sat as an INE for. So that's an example of avoiding conflicts of interest. We also protect against their independence because they're not decision makers. So for the purposes of our ethical standard in the context of an audit, they don't meet the covered person definition. They can't be seen as part of any audit team. They're not making decisions on audits. And indeed, they're not there taking decisions over, say, the remuneration of individual partners. So that's very much about protecting their mindset. We engage with INEs as a group, sometimes on a firm-by-firm basis, but sometimes we have roundtables on issues where INEs come together. So there is a regular dialogue between INEs and the regulator. And, you know, as requirements on firms continue to change because of either regulatory requirements or changes in standards, we do engage with them as a group to ensure that any issues to that independence are properly addressed. I think the way in which the code has developed over the years is like years ago, it was about almost like independence of process. So you couldn't have an INE who was on the payroll because was that saying they're being paid by the firm? Actually, things have moved on from that now. And it is more about, are there appropriate things in place to ensure their independence? And what we have seen is INEs can be people who have worked in an audit firm, but generally there is a long cooling off period. And also you can't be an INE in a firm that you previously worked in. But we've seen very broad diversity of people who've stepped forward for those INE roles. One of the largest firms used to have as their sort of senior INE someone who had been the head of the civil service in the UK. So it's not necessarily about, do you come from an audit background or the audit world? It's about having, it's about the importance of those individuals having the experience that commands the respect of the leadership of the firm. And that's the most important dynamic.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. Ken.
Thank you, Gabriela. Mark, thank you for this very informative and certainly revealing outline of what's in the UK Audit Firm Governance Code. Reid had two questions, and I just wondered if you could shed a bit of light as to whether in the FRC's knowledge or experience, whether some of the audit firms to which this governance code is directed have extended the application of this code to other parts of their business. In other words, in the non-audit side of their business, the consulting side, etc. And at least to our knowledge, and based on our conversation with one of the large firms, our understanding is that at least in relation to this firm, it has implemented a public interest body that essentially oversees the whole of the firm, as opposed to just the audit side and just a focus on audit quality, as it were. And secondly, I was just curious as to whether the FRC has or knows or has been approached by any jurisdictions that has looked at its code, its audit firm governance code, and essentially use that code as a basis or leverage that code as a basis to develop an equivalent or corresponding code that would apply in their particular jurisdiction. And our understanding is Japan could be one of those jurisdictions that have looked at what the UK has done in that area. But do you have any sort of knowledge as to whether there are jurisdictions that have taken that path of developing a very specific governance code directed at audit firms?
Thanks, Ken. So on your first question about how it operates, one of the early focuses was that the INE should be looking at audit quality and ensuring that the firm has an appropriate focus on audit quality. But I said that there was Part C, which effectively is looking at operations and resilience. And one of those things does recognize that actually something that happens within the firm that might not be related to audit could have an adverse impact on the stability or resilience of that firm. So the INE's role does look more widely at that. With operational separation, in the largest firms now, many of them operate with the INEs at the level of the business as a whole, audit and non-audit, and then they have the audit non-executives who have a particular role within the board that sits over the audit business in particular. But it is important, if you're looking at the principles and the provisions in Part C, which is about that operational resilience and things that could affect that it doesn't just look purely at the delivery of audit itself. In terms of other jurisdictions, like I know that there have been conversations with a number of jurisdictions, including Japan, through IFIR and through other arrangements. And of course, interest in the Audit Firm Governance Code was one of the things that the Australian Joint Committee asked me about when I appeared as a witness as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Tom, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to add that I was personally in charge of introducing the Audit Firm Governance Code when I was in FSA, and I researched a little bit about the development in UK, and Netherlands is one of the leading example of introducing INE. And then when we introduced INE, one of the challenges that the partnership structure doesn't have the separation of the ownership and the management. So very different. The characteristic of INE is very different from the partnership characteristic and corporate structure. So one of the challenges we have to face is that the INE has to understand what is the public interest, what is they are working for. That is one of the challenges that we have to face. And then your question is really related to finding out the right person is the first and most important challenge. And I think that Mark's suggestion is very important, that having the discussion with the dialogue with the standard setter or the regulator is the very important step to find out the right person for the INE. But the point I would like to think is that currently I observe that the acceptance of the Big Four firms in Japan is very positive for the INE, because it often happens that the discussion among their partnership is a little bit closed, but the openness and the engagement with outside board member is very positive. That's the point I would like to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tom. Sorry, I think that Tomoyo was first. Oh, sorry, Mark.
No, I was just going to make one comment, just really linking to that. The first thing is, in the UK, pretty much all of the firms are structured as limited liability partnerships. So therefore, ownership and management is in common, and therefore it is really important to find a route to bring in this independent challenge. And the other thing as well, and it follows on from some of the discussions that we had at the NSS over, who might invest in an audit firm. We of course still have, as a legacy from European law, the ownership rules that sit on audit firms, where a majority of ownership control has to sit with people who are professional accountants and auditors, to obviously ensure that there's an appropriate focus on the core of the business. But you have to try and find a way that you can bring in that independent challenge in a way that works. And like you, I think it's something that the firms have really embraced.
Thank you, Mark. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So Furusa-san made some of my comments that I was thinking to comment. But one question to Mark about the INEs. As both of you mentioned, audit function is quite different from corporate, from an owner perspective view. So in a corporate company, normally the independent director will represent the shareholder. But for an audit firm, who does personally, first I support this INE concept, because even for audit firm, a third party view is very important. But when you are asked who INE represent, what is the answer? Thank you.
I suppose that the neat answer to that is the INE represents the public interest, rather than any particular sort of group. But in forming their views about how they represent the public interest, it's important that the INEs engage with a lot of external stakeholders who rely on the work of the firm, and they use that to inform their consideration and how they do it. And in a sense, as sort of we know from the work of the standard setting boards, having that anchor to the public interest is a really powerful one.
Thank you. One more question. Thank you, Mark. Then again, you mentioned that those candidates for the INEs may come from the audit firm. Who do and as Gabriela answered, how to diversify INE is a quite challenging in Japan. So, and generally, these people needs to be experienced people. How do you think is the good way to diversify INEs from a background perspective or age perspective? Thank you.
So one of the things from the code is that it asks that firms bring INEs who have a diverse range of experience. So you don't want 3 retired partners sitting there. So we have found that you get people who come from government or who come from a regulatory background or who have experience sitting on a company board, or they've previously worked in investment management or fund management. So, you know, the key thing is that when a firm is thinking about how it's pulling together its INEs, are they ensuring that they've got, you know, appropriate diversity of thought and experience to ensure that the consideration of the public interest by the INEs is broad and wide ranging, and also thinks about all of the different stakeholders who rely on high quality work delivered in the public interest by an audit firm.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mark. Rania.
Thank you. Mark, so I'm just trying, I have a few like detailed questions. I'm trying to understand the role of the INE. So basically my question is what is the expectation? How do INEs, or how are INEs informed so that they can carry out their function? Is there an assumption that there is something, the equivalent of an internal audit function that informs the INE, or do they carry out something equivalent to an internal audit function? Where does their input come in? Is it before the fact, like sort of more of a compliance function, or does it come in after? Does it preempt the risks, or does it just identify that they have something like that should not have happened after the fact? So just if you could just shed some light on this. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've been fortunate in our experience, and generally the INEs themselves almost like determine how they take the role forward. So they're not decision making. They provide advice and challenge and counsel. So it's not about, you know, it's not necessarily that they investigate or things like that, but their information comes from, they may observe and participate in discussions of a firm's board or its audit firm, its audit board. They may regularly meet with the senior partner, the head of audit, the ethics partner. So they will have conversations that may include representation from the global firms as well. So what we found is that there's probably no single model that works. It sort of depends on the structure of the firm, how the firm's internal governance tends to work. And you know, over time, things have changed from having INEs who almost like meet as a separate committee and call people in, to one where the INEs are participating more actively in the broader governance of the firm itself. But I do think that we've been very fortunate in the people who have stepped forward and undertaken these roles are willing to sort of use their experience to try and work out the best way in which they can provide that challenge and that counsel and that wide advice. Things like, practically, if you imagine, and I only say this because of the next presentation that we go to, but if you imagine a firm going through the implementation of ISQM1, well, you might benefit from an INE who has experience of being a partner in an audit firm because they know about the delivery of audit, but equally someone who's been a director on a board or someone who's been a regulator or someone who's had senior roles in government is also able to ask difficult and challenging questions about what's the firm done, how has it done it, and that's so there is no sort of single model, and people react to the circumstances that they find.
Thank you very much, Mark. And speaking about the next presentation, the presenter is already waiting, but Hector, please, no, very quickly, but would like to listen.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on what Rania was saying and the answer by Mark, in the sense that if we think about jurisdictional differences, and we think about the UK with a very robust experience with independent directors from a governance point of view, this figure that we have that you have created for audit firms maybe is taking advantage of all this knowledge, and they find a way to deliver even if they are not sitting at the board like in a corporation, where they cannot, if you're at the board, you cannot be bypassed because some of the key decisions have to be taken by the board. If you are a board member, you are sitting there, you have a voice, you have an ability to vote and to express your point of view, to make sure that you are being the independent voice in the room. If you have these more loose arrangements where you need to find the way to contribute what you're expected to contribute in a regime that is robust in terms of decades of experience and codes that have been there before anybody else, if you take those people with that training, they will find a way to deliver. The challenge is, what do we do in jurisdictions like mine, where independent directors have 10 years and the requirement is to have at least one per company? So you don't have that mass of knowledge and experience to find its way without certain structure. And there is a challenge if you have a partnership and not a corporation, where you don't have these positions for board members, independent board members as a requirement. So it's super interesting what you have done, and we need to see how we can distill some of that and try to adapt it into different settings and legal forms and different corporate forms. But it's going to be super challenging.
Definitely, and this comment said that this is not the first one, even if the previous one was more general from Amajit. There is a lot of experience in this area coming from the corporate governance in companies, which we should look at and see, of course, what we need to adapt. Then just one comment on Rania's question: how are they supposed to perform these roles? And Mark explained that there is not one way, there can be many, but I think that we can say that there is an expectation, at least an expectation, that should be probably protected by, in some ways, that they are provided with the necessary information to perform their roles. Otherwise, they will be just there sitting and looking. So this is what happens in companies law. Boards are obliged to provide information to non-executive directors. I'm not saying that we must reproduce that, but it's definitely an expectation which should be in some ways protected or given some relevance. And unfortunately, I think that we have to stop this very interesting discussion now because our presenter is already waiting. We are late. So Carla, can you please present Julie Corden? Hello.
Thank you. So welcome, Julie. Apologies for running late, but very pleased to have you here join us today. Julie Corden is the chair of IESBA, and she's a member of IESBA since February 2019. She has more than 23 years experience in public practice and industry in Canada. She's currently the partner at Deloitte Canada National Office, where she's responsible for leading audit methodology, including implementation of IESBA. And thank you, Julie. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And Carla, can I just check that you can hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Because I had sound issues when I first joined. I was panicking you weren't going to be able to hear me. So thank you very much for having me today. I did catch a little bit of the last topic there. I found it was really interesting and a good tie-in to the topic that I came here to talk about today. As Carla mentioned, I had the privilege of being the IESBA task force chair. So I sort of lived and breathed that standard until we issued it and it got adopted and actually was able to implement IESBA. So I saw both sides of the coin because I was in charge of implementing IESBA for the Canadian member firm of Deloitte. And as part of that, knowing that that is a big network, I also played some roles within our global firm in our implementation efforts. So I feel like I've seen IESBA from the beginning to full implementation, and we're now, in our second year of operation. So hopefully have some insights to share with you. I know in particular, I was asked to speak about governance and leadership and firm culture specifically as it relates to IESBA. So I do have a few slides there, and also was going to bring some perspectives from someone who has now gone through an implementation where some of the requirements in IESBA and the objectives we were trying to achieve in that standard have come to life in my experiences. So I have a little bit of that at the end to share. So if we can go to the next slide. I won't focus really on the words of this slide, but I think the graphic is a good graphic to show how governance and leadership is fundamental and foundational to what we were trying to achieve in IESBA and what is foundational and fundamental to a firm's system of quality management. Yes, it is one component within the standard amongst others, but it really does set the tone and the tone from the top as to what a quality engagement means, what it really means to operate your firm with a robust and strong system of quality management. And so this just depicts how we were thinking about the governance and leadership and the importance of its role within the system as we were developing the standard. Of course, this standard, as you know, is applicable to any size firm. There is no restriction on size. So it could be implemented from the very largest of firms, so a network and firm like mine, to the very smallest end of the scale, which would be, let's say, a sole practitioner that is performing some of the engagements.
We got you back, Julie. We just lost you a little bit there.
Okay, sorry. The CPA Canada's offices, so I hope my connection stays okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Ken, am I back? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go to the next slide so some of the new or enhanced requirements that we really focused on when building out IESBA and fit into really three categories. Leadership was definitely one of these. And in the standard itself, you'll see there are specified responsibilities. So really it calls out these responsibilities that have to be assigned within the firm. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, but that is something that was different and new from ISQC1. Some of those responsibilities and roles would have existed in lots of firms, but there was a real explicit desire to have those responsibilities needed to be identified and have the right people do them. In conjunction with those responsibilities, was also the requirement to undertake an annual evaluation. And that really goes to, it's all fine and good to set responsibilities and expectations, but if nothing's being evaluated, are you really ever sure that those responsibilities are being fulfilled? And so that annual evaluation and conclusion is also an important part of how leadership and governance works within the system. As well, who are these people that are playing these roles? We definitely want to ensure that the qualifications are there, but also really important that those individuals have the influence and authority in executing those responsibilities. You can imagine if that wasn't the case, it may not get your system, and the quality risks and the responses may not get the same traction. These leadership, I'll speak a little bit about that later. I'm going to turn off my video in the hopes of things. Okay. The other thing is focus in ISQM1 on culture. So culture being important. It's fine to have policies and procedures, but culture often drives people's behavior. So ensuring that the culture is there that demonstrates a commitment to quality, and then that permeates throughout the firm. And so there's language within ISQM1 that talks about this role in serving the public interest as a firm. I just heard some of that in the commentary before I joined. And the links back to not only quality, but the firm's strategic decisions and actions. So not having quality act as in a siloed in a firm, but really connecting it to, if the firm has a strategy and a plan, how is quality being taken into account as part of that strategy? And then I've mentioned the structure and assignment of roles already, and resources being key. Within ISQM1, we call out resources as one of the components. It also touches on things like technological resources and ensuring that those that are performing the engagements within the ISQM1 scope have the right technological resources. It talks about human resources being extremely important and having the right human resources to execute on your system of quality management, as well as intellectual resources. So things like within a firm, you would have intellectual resources that would drive your methodology, intellectual resources that an auditor might use every day in performing their audits or any other assurance engagements. Next slide. I mentioned responsibilities. These are the four required responsibilities that need to be assigned as part of ISQM1. Of course, a firm can have more than these, and they may have responsibilities or roles that sit underneath these, but at a minimum, they need to have these four assigned responsibilities. The first one there being the ultimate responsibility, and that was targeted at the CEO or managing partner of the firm. In some cases, that may or may not be someone who is connected historically to the audit practice. If you think about a multidisciplinary firm, that CEO could be someone that comes from outside of audit. But we wanted to ensure that whomever takes on that responsibility, again, has that influence and authority to really connect the dots between quality and the operations of the firm. And really that rested in our minds as a task force and a board with the highest level executive, so the CEO. Of course, that CEO needs those that are more into the operational aspects of the system of quality management, and that's really where the operational responsibility role comes in. That is operational responsibility for the entire system of quality management, and so that is also a really important role within the system, that the right person is playing that role and that they have the knowledge of the standard, they understand the firm, they understand the risks of the firm, and they understand how all of the integrated nature of the system of quality management works. The other two roles are also important. I would say they might have been roles that historically existed, but in ISQM1, they are called out as assigned responsibilities as well. That being the operational responsibility for compliance with independence requirements and the monitoring and remediation process. The monitoring and remediation leader, I'll call it, is also a really important role within the system of quality management, as they drive a lot of the information that the ultimate responsibility party will use in forming their evaluation and conclusion. And so those roles are also important roles within the system and fall into the same category of ensuring that the individuals that hold those roles have the appropriate experience, knowledge, time, influence, and authority, as is shown on the slide. I mentioned the last category there, just added there because there are, depending on the size of your firm or the structure of a firm, you could have operational responsibility for other aspects of the system of quality management. So this could be a further assignment of responsibilities. While not required in ISQM1, it's certainly available to firms to be able to assign responsibilities to others if it makes sense. Next slide. This slide is a little bit of some of the words repeat based on what I just said, but really what this slide shows is the quality objectives that are within ISQM1, the standard themselves. And so you will see them there. There are 1 to 5, and those are quality objectives that each firm in implementing ISQM1 needs to have within their system. So they need to have those 5 quality objectives. They need to identify risks associated with those quality objectives. So risks to not achieving the quality objective, quality risks, we call them. And they need to design responses to address those risks. And those are requirements for each firm that adopts ISQM1. And so those responses could be in the form of policies, which are often the case, combined with things like what we call procedures. So less policy responses, but actual responses within a system that a firm sets up to address the risk. So an action that's taken to affect a policy, for instance. So those are required for each firm that implements ISQM1, and this component itself is also a requirement within ISQM1. Next slide, please. So I thought it might be helpful just to share some of my experiences. Of course, keep in mind I implemented ISQM1 at my firm. All firms came from a different place. Regulatory requirements may be different in different jurisdictions. Networks may have implemented ISQM1 differently, but these were just some of the experiences and requirements and potential impact that came to mind when I was thinking about this particular topic. The assignment of responsibilities, I think that what really came through when we were implementing ISQM1 was this identification of the ultimate responsible party and the operational responsible party, and driving out role descriptions and roles and responsibilities for those individuals. While a number of these responsibilities would have been undertaken in the past under ISQC1, really the call out of the role and ensuring that you had the right person in the role, that they understood their roles and responsibilities, that they understood the importance of the system of quality management, and then ultimately the role they played in the overall evaluation at the end of your period in time for which you evaluate was really key in educating those that had roles within the firm, particularly those that might not have come historically from the audit practice or had an auditor background. So there was a fair amount of education and onboarding that needed to be done with a number of these roles. Also, there is a requirement in ISQ1 to have periodic evaluations of these individuals. And what we've seen is that the impact is to those individuals' evaluation links up to their system of quality management responsibilities. So while that's not the entire necessarily all that they do, their SQM responsibilities, if I can call them that, is a part of their overall evaluation at the end of a year. Setting the right tone at the top, messaging is important, and so what I've witnessed and seen in a number of areas is firm leadership. So it could be that ultimate responsible party having a role within the communication within the firm, really stressing the importance of serving the public interest and our role there, as well as having consistent communication from the top around what it means to have a robust system of quality management. There is a requirement, as I said, to address the quality objectives, one of those being the balance, I call it the balance between operational and quality priorities. So ensuring that when thinking of your strategy, when thinking about your budget, your financial plan, that quality is as a part of that, because priorities, without that requirement, it is possible that certain operational priorities might take precedence. And so it's important to have those responses within your system that address that risk. And then I've also seen that in some cases, in particular, in our firm, we developed a governance structure that already existed for other reasons, other audit quality reasons, but we used that governance structure really to have this they almost acted like an audit, if you think about it, like an audit committee, or these would be people that are a subset of our board of directors that act as our governance, sort of our independent thought. We would go and present status, we would present risks and issues, we would present things that were going to be a challenge. If we weren't getting, traction from other areas of the firm, this would also be a place where we could raise that through our governance structure. And that was really helpful in setting that tone from the top. Under quality of culture, quality surveys are an important part of that. That's often a response in this area. And it's not just performing the quality survey, but it's actually having an action plan to address findings. So I know people who fill out surveys will get discouraged if the findings from the surveys don't get acted on. And so that was important, is an important regular occurrence at our firm to have that feedback from the practice and those that are acting in performing the engagements, to ensure that they have the same understanding of what quality means, but also that they're able to potentially raise issues or provide suggestions on how things could be done differently. One thing that really struck me in implementing ISQ1 at the firm was just the wide impact that the standard had and the implementation had across the firm. So it wasn't, an effort that was solely undertaken by those of us in the audit practice that have historically rolled out a methodology or a new auditing standard. This is really a firm-wide impact. So groups outside of traditional audit, like finance, human resources, IT, our ethics and pendants colleagues, as well as ensuring that those specialists that are involved in the performance of these engagements are also considered within the implementation and the execution of our system. So it was really a firm-wide. It was interesting to bring those folks along on the journey, because without having that linkage necessarily to audit, you had to think about how you onboarded them and brought up the educational factor of the standard, but it worked really well. And I think that ties in really well to setting the tone from the top, from leadership. And I've previously mentioned the robust monitoring requirements. Obviously, the ultimate responsible party has to do that evaluation and conclusion once a year. That monitoring connection to that evaluation is really key, and that monitoring leader having that direct communication back up to the ultimate responsible party is also a requirement in the standard. And then lastly, the ISQM1 evaluation really brings it all home from a leadership perspective, because those are the individuals within a firm that are executing on that evaluation, driving a conclusion. And in some cases, that reporting is actually done publicly through a transparency report, while not required. We do see that fairly often in the public domain. Those are my prepared remarks. I'm happy to take any questions if there are.
Thank you very much, Julie, for your presentation. Let's see if there are any comments or questions. Jeff, please.
Hi, Julie. Thank you so much for your presentation. That's really very helpful. I've just got one question. Of course, in your slide, you've talked about, the firm-wide impact of ISQM1. My question is, if I were a tax partner in your firm, how would ISQM1 impact me, if at all, from the perspective of culture, governance, or ethics and leadership?
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's obviously going to depend on your firm, but if I speak from some personal experience, so to the extent that you might be a tax specialist that's involved in the performance of engagements that fall under the scope of ISQM1, you might be impacted by some of the responses that a firm has in place to ensure they're addressing their risks. So if I think about how specialists within our firm have to comply with certain learning requirements, they have to comply with certain other knowledge requirements as it pertains to taking part in those engagements, you could be impacted by policies and procedures there. The other part of ISQM1 that isn't only limited to, let's say, an audit and assurance practice are things like the requirements and policies for ethics and independence. Those are firm-wide. They're not just limited to audit and assurance practitioners. They're targeted to firm personnel, and a number of the communications that you would receive across the firm would also like fall into that category. So I'd say it's a mix of both. You could experience it if you were involved in engagements within ISQM1 scope, and you would just experience it as part of being a personnel of a firm that's adopted ISQM1.
Thank you, Julie and Jeff. Christelle, please.
Thank you for your presentation. As you were involved from inception to implementation, when you were involved at inception, so in conceiving the ISQM1, did you access to any kind of knowledge about, are there any other quality management standards with comparable requirements and impacts in the assurance or certification world that you have gone through when conceiving ISQM1? So having the equivalent level of requirement?
I'm not 100% sure, Christelle. I should caveat that by I wasn't involved in the actual day one. I joined the task force in 2019. I mean, the IESBA had ISQC1 already in place. A number of the requirements came forward from that standard, and then there were a number of new requirements that formed the ISQM1. Apologies, I can't tell you how many different frameworks were accessed at that time, but it was definitely to make the new ISQM1 standard as strong and stronger than what we currently had internationally, which was ISQC1. So that's what I'm familiar with. I'm not sure how much research at the time, if I think way back, that the task force had gone through.
Thank you very much, Julie. Would you be comfortable if we get to one or two questions together,
Sure.
being mindful of the time?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Thank you. Andy, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's very important for us to hear that. So I'm going to ask you maybe another hard question, but you can answer it now, or perhaps we could do it later. But I'd be interested in a 40,000 foot level elevator speech answer, and you could take another question before you answer this, as to how you would summarize, if you can, in a couple of sentences, how challenging is it for a firm to adopt ISQM1, and what resources would a firm need? I realize you could probably spend an hour answering that question, but I don't want you to do that. Maybe if you can do a couple of sentences. If that's not possible, then we could do it later. Thank you.
Okay, taking in consideration the nature of the question, I'll let you respond, Julie, because I think it may be difficult to address it together with other questions.
Yeah. And it is a hard question, Andy, so thanks for the question. I think it depends. Honestly, I think it depends where you're starting from, but it was not a small effort to implement ISQM1. And so I think I guess in a couple of sentences, I think it's a substantial effort. It's well worth it, but it's a substantial effort for a firm in implementing ISQM1. It involved a number of resources, quite a lot of time. It involved interactions with quite a wide variety of the firm. So it needed to be, you had to onboard and really educate those that had not previously necessarily been involved. So there was quite a lot of that involvement. And for myself, as part of a global network, there was also quite a lot of interaction through the network too. I have not mentioned network in this presentation because that wasn't the topic, but there's quite a lot there too. And then of course, it's fine to have lots of conversations and discussions about things, but then you need to have it all well documented. You need to have it all well linked up, and it really needs to show the thought process from beginning to end, and how you demonstrate that. And of course, how it can be monitored. So that's a bit longer than you probably wanted as an answer, but I would just say that it was a significant effort, certainly well worth it. But we got started quite a while ago, and we still have a continuous improvement mindset and are still working on things.
Thank you so much, Julie. Rania, please.
Thank you, Julie, for your presentation. So my question is, do any of the components of ISQM1 sit within, other than the management function, or considered like a non-management, or rather an assurance function within the firm? So I'm just thinking of, in terms of lines of defense, first line, second line, third line of defense.
Thank you, Rania. I'll ask Tomoyo, please, to share her question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Julie, for your presentation. So the ISQM1 seems to cover some of the key themes, many of the key themes that the IESBA, the FCG working group identified in the outreach activities and other processes. So recently the coordination between IWSB and IESBA is becoming more and more important. What is your expectation to IESBA where we can coordinate, or what IESBA can help IWSB ISQM1 activities is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Julie, back to you.
Sure. The first question, I hope I understood, but within the adoption of ISQM1, and in my experience, of course, I'm only talking in my experience, We have a number of, I'll call them lines of defense. The first one being that you have your owners, you have particular owners that own aspects of the system of quality management. We call them business process owners. That's just the name for it. But these are really the people that own the responses, and then there's like a flow up through a level of authority and level of leadership for which, you know, a person owns a particular response in that they execute that response, or they have ownership for ensuring it's happening, then rolls up to the next level of management that, you know, has more oversight, let's say, over a component, and so on and so on. So we certainly have a bit of a waterfall set up there to ensure that at the end of the day, there's ultimate oversight over all of the responses within the system. The monitoring and remediation function also acts as a pretty significant line of defense to ensure that they are regularly monitoring how those responses are executed. So it's like they're coming and they're auditing our responses and ensuring that they're happening. All of that information feeds into that data that then is used to determine whether your system gives you reasonable assurance. And so there's quite a number of levels, and I'm talking about this from a more sophisticated, larger firm. It can definitely be scaled to a smaller firm, but that's how it works within our firm. On the coordination piece, I think what was mentioned is that there's a fair amount of overlap from the topic perspective. So, you know, to the extent that the coordination is needed, I think that would be great, particularly if there are common points that ISQM1 may have either researched, talked about, gone out on exposure on, ultimately weighted into its standard. Certainly that coordination would be useful.
Thank you, Julie. Ken, finally.
Thank you very much, Julie. Thank you for this fantastic presentation. It really just a question between you and lunch for the board here. You mentioned that you've been involved to some extent in the global implementation within your network, and I was wondering whether you have any insights you could share as to whether you've perceived any differences in implementation across your network and across jurisdictions. And I know that you might say it's still early days, but any sort of insights you might have in terms of how jurisdictions are approaching the implementation of SQ1, at least within your network.
Sure. So within our network, we have a wide variety of size of firm, from the very largest to quite small, actually, member firms. So we saw it implemented across various sizes. So there definitely needed to be some scaling there. And actually, in my role, I was able to support a smaller member firm within our network in their implementation. And so that really got to how do we take the principles, the objectives, the requirements in the standard and scale those appropriately to a smaller firm. So we did have a variety of firms. What we highly leveraged from the center, from our global network, was the intellectual property, being able to have some consistency where things needed to be consistent. Like a lot of networks, we have a consistent set of policies. So to the extent we have common policies across all our firms, it would be expected to have common responses to those policies. And so where things were common and expected to be common, that was really helpful to collaborate. What we did also see, though, is that in jurisdictions, they have some very specific requirements that are not global. And so in Canada, we didn't have a lot of those, but we had some. And I know other jurisdictions have those as well. And so what we were able to do was to drive from the center that piece that needed to be common, but still allowed for the flexibility for a jurisdiction or a country to identify specific country risks or responses that need to be in place, whether that's to meet a local law or a regulatory requirement. Of course, regulators around the world have different ways of regulating firms, so that is different in and of itself. And I don't know a lot about that, but just from an implementation perspective, those first few points were my observations.
Thank you so much, Julie, for this excellent presentation, and thank you for taking your time to join us today. It was really informative and important to feed the discussion and the reflection about and around what we will have to do from now on this topic of firm culture and governance. Thank you very much. So with this, we are late, but we will. Sorry, Julie. Oh, I thought
this is Gabrielle. I was just saying thank you. I'm gonna drop off now. Thank
you very much. I think that she's not there anymore, but for the record. So we are fairly late with respect to the schedule, but I'd like to just to invite. Sorry. Oh, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a brief comment from the PIOB that we are, as we are going to the next step, we would like to emphasize the two points. The first one is the anchoring this fact-finding exercise to the next step on the final solution, anchoring the exercise to the next step. It's very, very important. As Luigi has said, that we have considerations, we have facts, we have views. So those of the fact-finding have to be linked to the next step. So that is the first point. The second point is that we would like to articulate, we would like to find out what is the behavioral changes to realize as the implementation of the solution. So we would like to be a little bit more articulate. What is the target of the behavioral change isn't sort of the important point, because in finalizing the phase, we often happens that what is the starting point? What is their target of the project? We often come back to that point. So for the September meeting, in those 2 points, we are expecting to be a little bit more clarified in the IESBA discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tom. Chana, before I close the session, do you want to share some thoughts to wrap up this session and eventually, or even react to Tom's considerations, even if it's the PIB considerations, so we take them on board.
Yes, as we go to the next stage, as you can see on the slide there, when we get to the preliminary findings, Tom will sort of, separate it into conversations, facts, written reports, academic research. So that's not an issue. I mean, there's a rich array of case studies over the last 6-7 years. So there's ample material. I mean, in terms of behavioral changes, I mean, I'm not sure because we have still not got to the solutions or what we are going to recommend. So it's difficult to say, okay, we will see this moving from this behavior, which is now to that behavior. So I'm not sure that in September we'll be in a position to provide all of that. I mean, the target of the project is we are trying to influence the culture of the firm and to see whether, it can be enhanced so that we don't see a recurrence of what we have seen in the past. So maybe we might get there by December. I don't know. So I'm not promising too much in September.
Chana is afraid of me, so he's not promising too much. So thank you very much. Thank you very much first to the working group for the amazing work done. And that's obvious from what we have heard today in terms of outreach, in terms of collecting, structuring, etc., the information. So this has been a very, very informative session that we really hope that will help shedding light over the next steps as we move to September, and we'll need to have some idea about what are the preliminary findings and direction of this group. I'm absolutely in the conviction that this is an important, very relevant work stream. We discussed it, this board discussed it many times before until we decided to move forward with this. What we have been collecting as information only makes me more confident that we will, Tom, make make this translate into something important. As Chana was saying, we don't know yet which individual behaviors we want to change, if any. Because I think this is not all, this project more than about individual behaviors. It's about identifying what in the space of a firm and the context of a firm and the culture of a firm creates some gaps or some space for unethical behaviors to happen. So what may create a little bit of confusion, it's that this project is really different from other projects. When we work on NAS, when we work on fees, when we work on sustainability, we know exactly what we are addressing. Here we are, I think, stepping higher, because it's really understanding, well, we have done all these things, regulators have done all these things, but still we feel that there are maybe some vulnerabilities within the firms which may create space and opportunities for these ethical behaviors. So I think it's more about that. So ultimately what we want is to narrow this space and create a robust, or help creating robust structure and robust governance and culture for unethical behaviors on the various areas where we work sometimes keep on happening. So thank you very much to all the board members as well for your contributions. I think that one of the expectations from the working group was that presenting the themes that they think were the most consistent in the conversations and outreach that you had. Hear from the board members if there was any reaction in terms of excluding any of these themes or adding something. Actually, we had some proposals to possibly add a few things. I didn't hear anything about excluding any of the topics, except I don't think it's an exclusion, because what Andy said was, well, I don't think that the growth revenue is a problem, but I don't think that the task for the working group has put this as a problem. What is said there is that there is a need to balance public interest and growth revenue, which is almost an evidence. So I think that nobody will challenge this objective, but we'll see going forward. And of course, we will have to take your comments, or the working group will have to take your considerations and concerns on board and see what can be, what may need some adjustments. So I would challenge the board to keep on thinking about these themes, because going to September, we will really need to start understanding which are the topics that deserve our special attention, possible future work, which of them are for us or not, and etc. So this is now the time to start sharpening the objectives and the direction of this working group. I'm happy that apparently the working group touched upon what from the conversation seems to be more or less consensual in terms of the topics addressed, topics identified. And of course, this was informed by an incredible amount of an extensive outreach, and the fact that these themes, these topics have been recurrently mentioned in the different, from different groups at different moments is also important. Now, I understand the concern about, is this opinions, is this conversations, is this a report, and etc. Of course, we will need to screen a little bit, but I would not be too scientific in this selection of information or the sources of information, because we might be losing something along the way. So there must be a balance between what we just heard from one person somewhere and is not that relevant, and having absolutely structured demonstrations or evidence about the failures. For me, I think it's going to be something in between, and that's from that capacity of identifying what matters and deserves our attention that will determine the success of this project. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for this wrap up, but I think that we need to be clear about what the next steps are and what is the board will be required to do in September, upon, of course, the elements that they will be provided with by the working group. Thank you so much. We are 35 minutes late, so Ken, I will.
Yes. Well, if the board is agreeable, I would suggest the board reconvenes at 2:15. So it's a shortening of the lunch break by about 19 minutes. Yeah. So you're gonna have to accelerate your ingestion and digestion. Thank you. So 2:15, please.
Okay, thank you very much for being back to our meeting. I know it was a short slot for lunch, but yeah, we were a little bit delayed for the first part of the meeting, and we need to spare time. So I hope that you all had the opportunity to eat something and that you are ready for the next part of the meeting. So we are now going to address the item 3 in our agenda, and item 3 on our agenda is on the collective investment vehicles, pension funds, and investment company complexes. Update from the project team activities on their activities in accordance to the terms of reference. The project team, I will remind you all and those who may be listening to us virtually that this is the first staff-driven model project at the IESBA board. So it's basically being driven, as the word says, by our project team, Linda Bick, John Birjoen, and John Reed. The three of them driving this project, of course, with interactions with the board. And I know that some board members have been instrumental and critical in providing the project team with insights and serving a little bit like a sounding board for the work that has been developed. Also, Richard Fleck, who must be with us online, I suppose, is a consultant to the project team, and so providing consultancy services in this respect. And without further ado, on my side, I will give the floor to Linda. John? Okay. John Reed will present the updates from the project team on this project.
Okay, thank you, Gabriella. Always tough being the first session after lunch, but we'll try and keep you all engaged and get your feedback as we go along. So yeah, the objective of today's session is just to really provide an update on the work we've undertaken to date, and then also just to receive the board's feedback on the project team's direction and some of our preliminary observations. Hang on, it's just not, there we go. So just moving on to the agenda, we're going to break the session up into 3 sessions. So I'm going to provide an overview of the project team's activities during Q2, and then cover some of our initial thoughts on the application of the extant code relating to auditor independence and investment schemes. Jean's then going to cover some jurisdictional responses that we've seen so far to date in relation to independence and the schemes. And then towards the end of the presentation, Linda will talk about our next steps and some of the preliminary options, just as an initial step to generate some discussion and get the board's initial views on those. So we'll pause after each of those 3 sessions and just ask for any questions or comments from the board as we go through. Okay, so in relation to Q2 activities, so there's been a big focus during the quarter to expand the jurisdictions that we've researched, and also to develop our understanding of the intricacies of the global investment schemes. What we did is we developed 2 separate questionnaires. So one of them was specific to CIVs, and then we had another one on pension funds. So the questionnaires asked for specific jurisdictional information things around things like the legislative framework, the types of fund structures, governance and oversight, the roles of third parties, including things around elements of their control or not control. Also around how jurisdictions are applying the code in relation to these schemes, and then also about whether there's any additional auditor independence requirements. So we sent those to the jurisdictions that are listed up there on the slide. We've commenced interviewing some of the respondents. So we've had with Italy, UAE, India, Kenya and France. And then we've got other interviews that are planned in the coming weeks with the remainder of those jurisdictions. Just wanted to just say a big thank you to all those in the room that have helped us and assisted us with engaging with the correct people in the various jurisdictions. And that's, all that input's been really imperative for us as a project team to develop a holistic understanding of the industry. So we're collating all of this information into a database, which will assist us to develop that global understanding of the investment schemes and their relationships with trustees, managers and advisors. And obviously the purpose comes back to the objectives of the project, which is whether the independence provisions and the application of the related entity definition of code remains fit for purpose for these types of schemes. We've also continued our mixed methodology research approach in terms of the desktop research as well, and then started to think about some of the possible options. And Linda, as I said before, will go through those towards the end of the presentation today. Just a brief report back on the NSS meeting. So at that meeting on 2nd of May, we provided an update on the work stream, the objectives of the work stream, and also the work that we've undertaken to date. We also asked the NSS members for jurisdictional specificities relating to investment schemes and also auditor independence. Not surprisingly, the NSS members highlighted a great deal of diversity and complexity of the schemes across regulations, regulations and jurisdictions. There was also pointed out, some ethical challenges and possible conflicts of interest in relation to schemes. Another thing that came out from a few of the members was just to prompt us to remain, mindful of any possible unintended consequences that could result from the outcomes of the project or the work stream, and that could affect other potential sectors or structures. So just to be mindful of those potential unintended consequences. Oops. Another thing at the March meeting, the board asked the project team about what are the risks associated with the independence of auditors and investment schemes. We haven't identified any specific audit failure where the cause is directly related to the lack of independence of the audit of the investment scheme. However, there is clearly, obviously, a regulatory and public interest arising from a substantial amount of funds that are invested into the CIVs and pension funds. So just some statistics up there. For 2023, there was almost $260 trillion in the global capital markets, and regulated funds represented about almost 70 trillion of those, and we're around 27% of that, what's on the capital markets. And the sales of in the last decade was almost $20 trillion in relation to 140,000 regulated funds. Another report we've looked through is an IESBA report, which is on CIV governance, and it highlights a number of relevant matters in relation to this work stream. So again, it highlights the various entities and legal structures that exist and how these might create differences in how jurisdictions approach the oversight and the governance of these particular structures. Again, we've certainly seen that as well in our research, and John is going to go through or touch on some of those structural and legal differences in her part of the presentation. The overarching principle from the report on governance is to highlight the importance of the independent review and oversight of the CIV operators and their fiduciary duties. And it also highlights the importance of the role of the auditor that they play in that governance framework, and also in the consumer protection aspects. So now I just wanted to go through our sort of initial thoughts in relation to the application of the extant code and in relation to investment schemes and auditor independence. So this is really a recap from March, but it's represented in another way. We did have some comments that was a little bit confusing the previous way we demonstrated that. But just wanted to briefly recap that from March. So the key is the scope of Part 4A of the code depends on the audit client definition and which related entities are included as part of the audit client. And that depends on whether the client is a publicly traded entity or not. So the diagram really just sets out the process to consider whether related entities should be scoped in with the audit client for the purposes of evaluating independence. So if the client is a publicly traded entity, then all of the entities or all the related entities are included. If it's not a publicly traded entities, then you need to include the entities that the client controls. But also if there's any other related entities, if the audit team knows or has reason to believe that they should be included for the purpose of the independence evaluation. So essentially, if an entity is not a related entity, then it does not form part of the auditor's independence evaluation as part of that audit client definition. And then obviously a really important aspect of that is the element of control or significant influence. So that's fundamental in determining whether an entity should be classified as a related entity or not. So just moving on to those terms and terminology around control and significant influence. So at the March meeting again, the project team was requested to further explore and report back on the control element of the related entity definition. Also, as third parties to investment schemes do not generally own and control the schemes as per a traditional corporate structure consisting of the parent, like a parent and its subsidiaries, the board also requested that we examine the rights and responsibilities of investment advisors and how this impacts control or significant influence. So these terms, control and significant, they're not significant influence are not defined in the code. So for us to better understand how this is determined in practice, we included specific questions in the questionnaires about control. And about whether the investment advisors or the investment manager or a management company, whether they control a fund and what are the criteria that's used to assess when that control exists. So what we've found with the responses to the questionnaires and the interviews that we've had so far, it's demonstrated that there are different jurisdictional or different ways that jurisdictions are going about that and how that's been determined. So yeah, some are using an applicable accounting framework such as IFRS or FASB. We did include the IFRS definitions as an example in the board paper, but that was just for demonstration purposes. But just to reiterate, it's not the only method that we've seen applied. Also, yeah, firm or network policies also are used to determine control and significant influence. And our understanding is that they don't rely just on the accounting frameworks alone. We want to explore that a little bit further as we've got further interviews coming out around how that works from the firm perspective. We've also seen in some jurisdictions that the laws or regulations stipulate what control consists of. And then other stakeholders have talked about just ownership and majority of voting rights in terms of when control might be in existence. Jean's going to go through some of the more specific examples that we've seen from jurisdictions in relation to the control element, and when she talks about, goes through her part of the presentation. Also at the March meeting, the project team was also requested to consider whether the code has already been amended to address situations or structures with similar characteristics to investment schemes and to demonstrate how the extant code applies to investment schemes. So our initial focus has been on non-assurance services, things like self-review, threat management activities, because we think those elements or the potential issues or gaps in the code are sort of more readily identifiable and illustratable. And what we've observed to date is that third parties within investment scheme arrangements, they might undertake managerial type activities in relation to the scheme. Third parties to investment schemes, they might not be a related entity or part of the audit client under the code. And accordingly, and depending on the facts and circumstances, that could have some impact on the independence evaluation. And also where there are services that are provided to these third parties, it could result in self-interest that's at the audit client level. So we're just being cognizant of that and whether the code is applying appropriately and consistently irrespective of the structures that are involved. So during the next quarter, we will expand and report back to the board other considerations, other provisions in Part 4A around things like business relationships, financial interests, and employee relationships. So obviously, we just want to make sure that any recommendations that we provide to the board is, holistic and has considered all of those potential angles and issues. The other thing we explored during the last quarter is in relation to the recent technology-related revisions to the code, which were issued in April 2023, and they become effective at the end of this year. So these revisions, they include specific provisions on indirect technology-related services. So an indirect service essentially relates to who is the beneficiary of the service. So for example, if a service is provided to an intermediary entity, but the beneficiary of the service includes the audit client. So there's new paragraphs that's listed up there. There's 520 and 0.7A1 and 600.6, and they clarify that Section 600 of the code on non-assurance services that applies where a firm provides, sells, resells, or licenses technology resulting in the provision of a non-assurance service to an entity, and then that entity provides services using that technology to audit clients of the firm. So the basis for conclusions, which is accompanying that final standard, notes that these provisions, they act as a signpost for firms to assess if indirect technology-related services are being provided to audit clients. But the basis also does note that pure reselling of technology without other services does not constitute a non-assurance service, and it's not captured by those particular provisions. We think these provisions are also relevant in relation to investment schemes. So, for example, if a firm provides technology-related services to a third party to an investment scheme, such as a management company, then the management company uses that technology to provide services to the investment scheme, which then impacts the financial statements of the firm that's being audited. So we think that would be relevant there. We also think that the underlying principle in these technology-related provisions might be relevant in the development of recommendations for the board, and Linda's going to explore that a little bit further later on. Just working through the initial thoughts on the application of the extant code to services provided to a third party. We have received some advanced comments on the examples that were in the appendix to the board paper, and they're really extremely helpful, and they'll help us to consider those further and refine those examples as we go forward. So if other board members do have any specific written comments, please forward those to us, because that'll be of really benefit to us to make sure we get those examples right. We don't intend to go through the details of those examples today, but we did just want to discuss it more at a contextual level and just to highlight some of the principles that are involved in this and the decisions that need to be determined. So just starting at the top of the flow chart. So the firm, first of all, obviously needs to establish which entities are part of the audit client and follow the process that we went through before on the slide 7 around working out who the audit client is and the related entities. If the third party to which the service is provided is a related entity and part of the audit client, then the firm must apply Part 4A in respect of their service. So this would be, for example, if the client is a publicly traded entity, or where the audit team has made an assessment that they believe or there's a reason to believe that the third party should be included as part of the independence evaluation. So then just moving down, if the third party is not a related entity or part of the audit client, but the service is indirect and the audit client is a beneficiary of the service, we think this still remains relevant to the firm's independence evaluation. So if this was the case, and if the non-assurance service provided to third party is technology related, then that signpost that we just talked about in paragraph 600.6 in the new technology provisions, they make it very clear that the firm must apply section 600 in relation to that service. However, if the service provided is not a technology-related service, there's currently no specific signpost which is directing the firm to apply Section 600 or Part 4A more generally. So we think ideally the same principle should apply if the service is not technology related, but the extant code does not specifically stipulate that at this point and direct the firm to Part 4A. So potentially this could lead to inconsistent application. In saying all that, if that is the case, the firms must, under the extant code, the firm still must apply the conceptual framework. So in applying the conceptual framework, the firm obviously needs to identify threats, so determine does the service create threats such as a self-review threat. They need to evaluate the threat. So the firm must use the reasonably informed third-party test to assess if the threat is at an acceptable level. And then the firm would need to address the threats. So if the threat is not an acceptable level, the firm has to address it by either eliminating the circumstances creating the threats, applying a safeguard to reduce the threat to an acceptable level, or decline the service. Another matter which we think is obviously also really relevant in relation to investment schemes is that around new information and changes in facts and circumstances. As a board member brought up in March, that the entities involved within an investment scheme that might change quickly and impact independence threats. So it's also an important element of that. So the application of the principles in the conceptual framework should theoretically result in the independence threats being appropriately identified, evaluated and addressed. However, we do think there are a number of critical decisions which require appropriate exercise of professional judgment and the use of the reasonably informed third-party test. So to arrive at the most suitable outcomes, it requires a comprehensive and sort of nuanced interpretation of the code and the interrelated provisions within the code. Whereas if it was under Part 4A, which is essentially just the application of the conceptual framework, but it is more prescriptive, directional, and provides guidance to the professional accountant about how to deal with the independence issues arising from specific circumstances or relationships or non-assurance services. So we'll just pause there. If we can go to the next slide. Oops. And just pause there and just, yes, if there's any comments or questions from board members. Pass to you, Gabriella.
Thank you very much, John. David.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John, for walking through that. So a couple of comments that I will just make for you to think about. On slide 11, you've got a box that says it's likely not. It leaves it open for interpretation. So if you want to just go back to slide 11, if you, yeah, bless. See where it says likely no independence threats resulting from the service. So as a user, I'd be saying, okay, so what do I do next to get that from likely to either I do or I don't? So that's just one suggestion for you, is just provide a little bit of guidance for that, because that'll create some open questions. And the other suggestion I would have for you is where you've got underneath, it says apply the conceptual framework. When you went to the following slide, you outlined really nicely what those questions would be to ask. So I would suggest when you do your additional outreach, you actually map that out on the flowchart and then have your users test it to make sure that it follows and makes sense relative to what you're thinking. So those would be my two comments for you to think about.
Okay, thank you, David. Just on the first comment, the point is there is because the service, if it's not benefiting or it's not impacting the audit client, then there's potentially no issue. But yes, I take your point. We can explore that, explain it a bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, John and David. Laurie, please.
It's really around the term indirect service and the question. Oh, sorry. The term indirect service and query whether that's still too broad of a term and whether we want to get more granular about the types of firms, types of relationships we're speaking about, because I think it may be raise concerns around over-inclusion in the space. Where we get to a yes, there's an issue. I'm not sure we've got enough clarity around that.
Okay,
Thanks.
sorry.
We can talk more offline about that, but it's just sort of a broad comment.
Well, so yeah, some of the advanced comments were around that, or is around maybe terminology around beneficiary of the service is has more clarity to what that means, because otherwise it could be too broad.
It could be too broad, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laurie. Andy, please.
Thank you. So maybe it's I think it is me. I'm trying to understand the CIV specific aspect of it. Maybe that's coming up in the second part. But when we were describing like that slide that's up in front of us now, is it the view that this is particularly different for CIVs as opposed to banks, insurance companies, and publicly traded entities that are in the mandatory categories? And then I was also trying to understand the import of the audit client or related entities, where one of the branches had include all, is it publicly traded? Because if it's publicly traded, it's going to be in one of the mandatory categories. So I'm not arguing with them. I'm not actually disputing the usefulness of this material. I was just trying to understand where it gets to the inquiry of the CIVs and pension funds, or is that coming up in the second part of the presentation? I hope I'm being clear, because I think this could have applied to the existing mandatory categories, and I'm saying it must be me because I don't understand.
No, I don't think it's you. I think this could apply more broadly, and that's what we need to consider. Like I was mentioning before, around considering the unintended consequences and all those sorts of things in terms of other sectors, other structures as well. So we obviously need to be cognizant of that. But potentially, it's the same principle is relevant. And as far as I'm aware, this was something that was considered during the NAS project as well. But yes, it wasn't.
Then maybe I'll ask a follow-up, and maybe the light just went off. You're saying, so are you saying that the structures of CIVs may have far-reaching networks that if they were included in the mandatory categories or another category, that there may be unintended consequences of including too many?
No, sorry. What I meant was that that principle around an indirect or a beneficiary of the service that could be more broadly impact other types of entities and structures. That's
okay. Yeah. Well, I'll keep trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy and John. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was one of the anticipated comments. I have a specific comment on this slide and then a more general comment. On this slide, to the extent that audit client means entity under audit, so an entity where we are conducting an audit, if you respond that this entity under audit is a beneficiary of the services, you do not need to go further. You need to assess the self-review risk and any other type of threat posed by the fact that they are receiving as beneficiary this service, even through via an intermediary. So I think that this slide could be simplified in a way. As a general comment, I wonder whether it is worth starting from the details and not from the broader picture. In this sense, before starting reviewing what a control is and deciding whether to rely on just on accounting or to have a broader approach to control or governance or significant influence, I think we should understand whether you have figured out all the use cases or all the situations or scenario where the current code, the extant code, is not fit for purpose. Because if we only think about services or NAS, to the extent that the beneficiary of the NAS is the entity under audit, I think there is no need to amend anything because it is already covered and addressed by conceptual framework. On the other end, if we have other use cases and other type of threats to deal with, then we can start dealing with the differences between real cases, I don't know, or perceived need and the extant code, whether the extant code is fit for purpose, address or not, these use cases. Probably these will provide you with insight information in order to address the matter of control, the matter of related entities, the matter of as to whether these entities or some of them could be treated as sort of PI. I would not say that the Italian solution is the right one, but we have the entity subject to intermediate regime, and our local bodies decided that they are quasi-PI, or some of them are quasi-PI, and therefore they are subject to certain additional requirements. You could decide, you could propose something else, of course, but I think that the starting point should be really which are the risks or the threats that are not addressed by the extant code, and then try to figure out whether the response would be to control the related entity, elevating the rank of these entities or some of them, and so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Just a couple of quick responses. Yeah, absolutely agree. We need to look more broadly in terms of the other aspects of Part 4A, which I was mentioning before. We need to get a broader understanding of what those risks are, like you just mentioned. And in terms of whether it works appropriately as it is there in terms of the beneficiary of the service, what we're sort of suggesting is that there is that specific signpost for, say, the technology-related services. So we're just concerned that that might create an inconsistent application where it's not a technology-related service, that application that you talked about might not be picked up. So that's just where we're getting at from that point of view. But yeah, definitely agree. We need to cover those other aspects, in which we'll come back in September on those.
Okay, thank you very much, John. I don't see anyone else, so I think we can move to the next part of the, sorry. Oh, sorry, Rich, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of these are going to be a bit of a repeat, and I apologize, and maybe a couple of them are a little minor, but I have a couple of big picture ones. First of all, I appreciate the effort that this task force has taken. It's big, and I've been privy to little pieces of it, and just that alone, the complexity, I appreciate the efforts being put in. Early on, there's a reference to the auditor being part of the governance framework, and I don't think this was intended, but the auditor can't be part of a governance of an entity or a framework around governance. They are supposed to be objective and impartial, so I think we should be careful about what we're putting out. More importantly, the slides read like we've already reached the conclusion that CIVs, it doesn't address pension plans, but they're PIs. And I don't see where there's been an analysis or discussion. There are many types of CIVs, and I know you've been going through that. And many of them, from my historical knowledge, don't seem to have broad public interests, particularly given they have significant limitations on who can invest, and the terms in which those people invest would suggest those are not broad public interest, but rather sophisticated institutional investors in those funds. And I question including those in the CIV category or in the PI category. I also am a little concerned, more than a little concerned, as we go through this. If we're going to define them as PIs, how are we going to deal with the fact that jurisdictionally, locally, they are not defined as PIs? And we have an existing topic we're going to cover this week later on about that has the ramifications of that. And I think that needs to be thought about in the project. So those are kind of like who's in the scope kind of questions to me that maybe needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. I also don't, I think I agree with, or not think, I know I agree with Lori, and that I don't think the term indirect is the right way to describe that. But I'm a little cautious. I mean, if you know as the auditor that you helped build the system that's being used that you're auditing, I don't care who has it, that's a self-reviewed threat and well recognized under the code today. So I'm not sure this concept that says the assessment might be inadequate is an appropriate way to describe the situation. Also, I think we should be careful. There's a phrase, management activities, used. In many of the fund structures around the world, there are people who provide very specific services by contract, and it's very limited in what they do. And I think we should be careful about whether we are inadvertently scoping those into being considered subject to the audit process. And there are ways to deal with those, such as the service organization reports that already exist. And so I think as we think through this project, that would be something to keep our mind on. And then I'm going to stop there. I think those are some observations. You don't need to respond to those. I'll leave it to you. We just need to, I think as a body, we need to work through some of those issues.
If I can just make a couple of points, if that's all right, Rich. With the governance and the audit, that was from a particular OSCA report. It wasn't referring to governance, it was more referring to oversight. So we'll make sure we don't misuse that terminology. But yeah, absolutely. Also, it's not our intention to say that there's been a conclusion on that they are pies. So if there is any language that we've used in there, it'd be good to just touch base with you offline in terms of that, just so we can avoid that, because we're not trying to make that conclusion. Because obviously that was assessed within the PI project. So that's not the intention, but yeah, if there is particular terminology or whatever that we're using, please let us know.
If I may follow up, I guess what I was seeing is looks like we're moving on a definition of related entities that is consistent with the PI definition, and that's why I drew that concern out.
Okay, thank you very much, Rich. And I'm sure that the working group will reflect on your notes. And with this, let's move to the next part of the presentation, which is on the jurisdictional update or information on jurisdictional responses to independence. John, please.
Thanks, Gabriella. I want to thank again and echo what John mentioned earlier around thanking the board members who actually provided us with some feedback and completing the questionnaires, as well as putting us in touch with people to be able to respond to those questionnaires. So I would like just to give a little bit of coloring in between the lines of what we've heard so far from the different jurisdictions. The first topic that I would like to talk about is about the legal structures of these types of funds. So through our analysis, we've realized that this investment schemes can be structured using different legal structures. And this impacts both the legal as well as the regulatory requirements. And this is unique with each jurisdiction. So these are examples. There's not an idea to give or extensive list of types of structures, but there's just kind of giving a flavor and also some nuances that we've seen within some of the jurisdictions. So probably the most obvious one is an investment company, which is a corporate entity, which can be a public company or a private company, which has actually shares. So the investors would hold shares. There is a board of directors has the ultimate responsibility and responsible for the corporate governance thereof. The second one there is collective asset management vehicle. So this is actually an example of an entity within Ireland. And this is an entity that's has specific legislation. It's got similarities that of a company with a board of directors that's responsible for the corporate governance, but this structure is designed in such a way that it both manages and holds the investment assets. The third one, which is trust, which is an example of unit trust. This is regulated and controlled by legislation. There's normally a trustee and it's unit holders that the investors are. And it's the legislation normally covers different aspects of what is authorized around the units, the obligations of the management companies, what certain transactions is prohibited, penalties of compliance, and those types of things. The fourth one is a limited liability partnership. So this is where no legal entity exists, but rather under common law that there's a partnership with a general partner that is charged with the ultimate responsibility and takes kind of the responsibility of a management company and has the control and the operation. And there's normally a limited party partnership agreement in place. The contract-based fund is an example would be a mutual fund. So it's also often established by either the management company or a sponsor, which is a third party. And there's also ownership is represented through unit holders that has then underlying these assets. No separate legal entity can exist, and the management company would then have the board of directors that would have governance and provide some structure around for this entity. The last one, which is the example, is one that we found in the Cayman Islands, is a segregated portfolio company, which is actually a cross between a trust and a company structure. So I'm not going to go in detail in the Cayman Islands. I think I'm going to delve in there, and which I shouldn't go there, but just kind of giving the flavor that there's different structures across different jurisdictions. It can be a combination of these, and this kind of have different roles and responsibilities from governance and oversight and supervision. The next one that I would like to cover is around control and significant influence. And John mentioned, and he's part of the presentation, that this is kind of dealt with differently and is interpreted differently in jurisdictions, either through using applicable accounting frameworks like IFRS 10, like we use in our paper, the ownership of majority voting rights, laws and regulations, and specific firm policies. So we mentioned today as well, independence requirements generally apply to the conditions, the circumstances, and the relationships the audit firm has with the relevant entity, or the audited entity, or the entity under audit, and their affiliates, which would be the related entities of the audit entity. And this was under the IESBA code. So audit engagement teams should then consider all facts and circumstances on every single case and whether to determine their independence. So there's two buckets that we've identified with the country so far. On the left-hand side is where the management company or the fund manager controls or has significant influence over the investment scheme. So an example would be in India, where within the legislation, there's definition for associate, control, and group. So this is defined in Securities and Exchange Board in India, and specifically stipulates that the asset management company and trustee company control the fund. So if you apply the IESBA code, related entity definition, and these for mutual funds in India would then be considered as part of the audit client. The United States Securities Exchange Commission rules, we mentioned this during our March papers, specifically include investment company complexes, which is a structure which has a specific affiliation definition, and that is included where the auditor should consider to be independent of the whole structure as well. The third one there is Kenya. They don't have any defined criteria, specifically whether the fund manager does or does not control the collective investment scheme as such. But due to the roles that is assigned to different parties, it does seem that this depicts control. Their regulations gives powers and duties to be undertaken into each party, and then they would see that that specific party would have control, which can be different within another jurisdiction. And that's when we go to the second bucket, where there is the third party does not be seen to have a control or significant influence over the investment scheme. So from what we've heard back from stakeholders is Ireland is an example, and with the undertaking in collective investment and transferable securities, the UCITS management company, as well as the alternative investment fund managers, AIFM, generally states that these type of structures is not a related entity of the fund, as there are certain conditions that support this conclusion. what we've heard is that the management company does not act on its own behalf. I think Richie just mentioned that as well. There's kind of normally their structures, they have a fiduciary right, they have certain parameters on what they're allowed to operate in. So they're not seen to have control then. They're not able to make their decisions within a defined framework, or the fact that they're being remunerated for their services based on specific terms, and this gives, and due to the competitive environment, such remuneration is customary for similar funds arrangements in the market. So, and it's also to be considered to be at arm's length and those types of things. Another example is Luxembourg, which is, for example, for contractual funds. They conclude that management companies is not a related entity as defined in the IESBA code because of the nature of the roles and responsibilities of that legal structure. And that they have the roles and responsibilities of the legal representative of the fund, which is the management company, and they act as a self-employed agent with a sole and exclusive interest of the fund. So it also in this case, and I think that we had the question of whether the investors are also deemed to have control or not, and specifically for Luxembourg, the investors are not seen to have control, even if they have some shareholdings within that structure that they have. The last one on this one on the right-hand side is on Hong Kong, that we find is very similar to that of Ireland. They are also generally not concerned, generally not seen as a related entity to the fund, and as an act as an agent that's being appointed by the trustee, and it's predetermined fee structure and predetermined rules and regulations around that. However, kind of in the red there, it's very important to note whether the facts and the circumstances would depict whether there's control or not. So this is kind of general thing, does not in all cases, so don't hold everything. It might jump between the buckets due to the legal structure or due to the certain elements around that, but that's just for noting. What we've also heard, which is not on the slide, is sometimes a management company is encouraged to have a shareholding within the fund. In some countries, that is not allowed. In some countries, this is actually a requirement that there should be a minimum percentage that the fund holds within the fund to show confidence within the structure. And some actually has a maximum cap as well. So just for noting in that regard. We also mentioned in the questionnaire that we look at auditor independence. So some jurisdictions has a specific approach around how they would deal with auditor independence. And it's important to note that the legal structure that I mentioned earlier would play an important role. So on the left-hand side, countries that require that they put some kind of rules in place or regulation in place is for in Italy for contractual based mutual funds under the Italian law. The audit client is the CIV itself and the Italian management company, and the fund auditor must be the same for both the management company as well as the fund, and the auditor should be independent for both. And under South African law, there is actually the law states that the auditor must be appointed for the whole of the business of the collective investment scheme that is administered, and need to be independent of the directors and employees of the managers, trustees, and the custodian. On the right-hand side is where the fund manager is required to be independent of both the management company as well as the custodian. The countries that we've seen in this regard is where India, where the Securities and Exchange Board of India regulations stipulates that the fund's auditor must not be in any way associated with that of the management company. In Kenya, the legislation requires that the auditor should be independent of the trustee, the custodian, the board of directors, the fund managers, their agents and associates. And then in Hong Kong, the Securities and Future Commission Code requires the auditor to be independent of the management company, the trustee, custodian, and in the case of a mutual fund corporation, the directors as well. So diversity amongst countries. The last slide before I'll open for questions is just what we've noticed other kind where we could not kind of have in the instances around control or whether auditor independence, but other ways how countries have dealt with auditor independence or prohibiting certain services. The first one we want to include is Saudi Arabia, where non-audit services are prohibited to audit clients except for certain services. There is a white list, which is a restriction which is beyond that what is stated within the IESBA code. They bring in a beneficiary of services where services to third parties or also the audit clients would be prohibited under local regulations. We've mentioned this before as well. Australia is the example. What we brought during our March papers is where the corporation legislation actually includes the investment advisor as part of the audited body within those legislation. And in the United States, the ICPA Code of Professional Conduct actually included additional definition for affiliate, which involves for a test clients to be considered. Linda will touch on the next phase on what we do around our further outreach around the jurisdictions. We are still looking for some feedback that we're getting back from the questionnaires that we have. This is very much just on the investment schemes itself. Pension funds will bring a similar kind of feedback as well. So if you're wanting to know where that is, that's still coming. We have those responses and we'll digest them and bring them to you as well. With that, if I can hand to you, Gabriela.
Thank you so much, Jean. This is an impressive amount of information and not necessarily easy to absorb given the diversity between the different jurisdictions and the different topics. I'll now ask if board members have any question or any comment to this part of the presentation on the jurisdictional frameworks for independence. Tom, please.
Thank you very much for the thorough research. It's very impressive, and at the same time, it's not only, how can I say, not the questionnaire for all, but if you have any information for the recent revision of the regulation. For example, I heard that the ICC rule for in the United States was revised about 2 or 3 years ago. And then there might be it might be very helpful if you find out the background or why that sort of the revision was introduced. That might be we can understand the background or the thinking behind that. So, and that's the suggestion. The second question is that because we are dealing with the private equity investments, and we find that some of the characteristic of private equity in terms of the control or significant influence may be a little bit different with the other structure. For example, if the private equity is listed and then has a sort of the 5% or 10% investment in a listed company, it's not just a 5% or 10% investment in a company, but if you have for example, the contract among the stockholders, in that case, that's the GP or the private equity GP is and have some of the very significant control on the investee company. That sort of the situation may arise for the risk of your research, or perhaps it's a little bit too specific, but the private equity might be a sort of the talk of the town right now in this IESBA. So just a little bit of thought on that. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that. We'll look into that research that you referred to. On the private equity, we have not excluded it, so we'll definitely have a look at that as well. What we've also noticed is that, especially when there is a diverse number of stakeholders or investors, even if it's held like a 5%, it might have a significant influence in that regard. So we are aware of that as well. So, but thank you for that comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom and Jean. Vanya, please.
Thank you for the presentations and very interesting. Just out of curiosity, because I saw that Alain has answered the questionnaire, it was too late in the day to be considered, or there is nothing remarkable about Brazil?
So we received the questionnaire. We're meeting with her next week. So we haven't included in the analysis because we still just want to have that interview to make sure we have our facts correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanya. May I think it's a question, but it's not, I think, to be responded today, but I don't know if it makes sense. I remember from my older times that there were questions sometimes on some like collective investment vehicles and the management companies and, well, for other purposes, voting rights and etc. But where it was considered that, or we could consider that the management company has all the control over the CIV, over the fund, because it has all the operational rights to decide, to invest, to do everything. So there is an actual control, but at the same time there is a fiduciary duty on the manager, which imposes that everything that is decided on behalf of the fund is decided on behalf of the fund. It means for the interest of the participants and not of the management. And this, in some situations, mitigates this idea of control because there is an operational control limited or mitigated by the fact that all the decisions have to take into consideration the interests of the participants. This is not to be responding today, but I think that it may change the picture in some circumstances and should not be neglected. So, Amajit, please.
So just one quick thought on the scoping of the project. So it's quite complex. I mean, the way the paper also reads is not very easy to absorb everything, but I still feel it's a great initiative because we need some guidance in this space. So the point I was trying to make was IESCO has principles for collective investment schemes. So there they define CIS, I think, as open-ended funds, which can be available for redemption on a daily basis, and also the closed-ended funds. And apart from that, they also include ETFs, so exchange-traded funds. So if you want to just look at that definition also, it might help to some extent, I think.
Okay, thank you, Amajit. Now I don't see, sorry, Tomoyo, I'm not seeing well today.
Sorry, I think I just repeat other people's comment, but I think it's worth to review not only the legal structure, but also who are the investors and what are the components of the investment scheme. And that will really impact the independence of the management company of the CIV. But one step forward from the last time is I think this chart makes the management company as the subject and the CIV as the company under control. That was more easy to understand. But again, as Rich mentioned, who are the investor and what are the components of the that the CIV is really important, not only the legal structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Any reaction from the group? No, that's just to take a notice. Okay. Thank you so much for this feedback and comments and reactions. If there is no one else wanting to make comments, we would now move to the third part of this presentation. And this is, I think, Linda, who is going to present. So Linda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we've had a lot of detail. Everybody recognizes that. I'm going to take it up a notch, or take it up a bit, because I'm more comfortable flying at 40,000 feet. So our next steps. Oh, gee, I have to do two things at once. All right, so our next steps and preliminary options. We're on a journey. We're still on a journey. All right. We are not coming to you today with conclusions. So we're still in that fact-finding phase and the exploration phase, and we value all the comments that you've given us so far, but there's one more session to this session, and we really want your comments on the options that just kind of present themselves. So let me just share with you what we're going to be doing over the next quarter. And the good news is we're closer to the end than we were 2 months ago, but we still have a ways to go. So our focus on this project, as you could tell from John and Jean's comments, we've really been focusing on CIVs because they seem to present the greatest risk and the greatest amount of diversity. Over the next quarter, we're going to spend time looking at other structures, so pension funds, private equity, and anything else that may arise within this fact-finding mission. Next, we are starting to see commonalities among jurisdictions. So that kind of leads us to believe that maybe we have got good jurisdictional coverage. Obviously, any research project has to come to an end at some point, and you just have to accept that, you know what, you've got good coverage and you're going to move forward. That being said, there are still a few organizations that we want to engage over the next quarter, so we'll be looking at those and really kind of wrapping up our jurisdictional research. Later in the presentation, I'm going to share 5 options that we have that have kind of presented themselves as potential ways forward. All right, they've presented themselves just based on what we're hearing and what we're reading as far as possible ways to deal with the gaps. Like I said, we value your input and feedback on these options. They're by no means recommendations. And then next, we'll come back to the board in September with results from our further research with some preliminary recommendations for discussion. And those preliminary recommendations will certainly take into account what you all have shared with us today and advanced comments that we receive. We aim to complete the objectives of the terms of reference by the end of 2024. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? All right, that's what we have to stay focused on because it is so easy to get distracted by the details and to maybe go down a path that isn't going to get us to our final objective. If I can just kind of recap what the issue is, all right? With a traditional corporate structure, and we briefly discussed traditional corporate structures at the March board meeting, all right? You have an auditor, you have an audit client. And with that audit client, there may be subsidiaries and things that need to be brought into that audit client in order for the auditor to assess independence. Relatively simple. And yes, I am providing a simplistic explanation. But what we find with CIV structures is there's this third party over here, this entity that may provide information via investment advisory services or management, that information that flows into the financial statement and is critical to the financial statements. But in some situations, that third party doesn't seem to be properly captured by the code. So that's the gap. That's the gap. That's what we're really trying to look at. Okay. And that's what these preliminary options that have presented themselves, that's what they try to address. So going back to what is the problem we're trying to solve. The ultimate objective of the terms of reference for this project team is for auditors to have clarity when assessing independence threats arising from the auditors of CIVs and pension plans. So threats to independence can only be properly evaluated if there's clarity of application of the code. John referred to slide 7. Diagram 1 also has a nice little flow chart that has been it's basically a graphical representation of information that's in the code. So it's really helpful in guiding auditors in evaluating related entities for the purpose of assessing independence. However, we feel that auditors may face challenges when applying the flowchart or the text within the code to CIVs. So let me use a very simple example to make this point. Last night I went to dinner at the Capitol Grill, all right? It was It's in the MetLife building just down the road. So I had a flow chart on how to get there. All right. I didn't know where it was. So what did I do? I typed the address and the name of the restaurant in Google Maps. So Google Maps told me how to get there. Said, you know, do this and you'll come to Yale Club, and it's right across the street. All right. Got to Yale Club, looked across the street. There's MetLife. Great. I'm there. So I try to go in the front door or in the doors. The doors are locked. All right. The doors are locked. So I had two options at that point. I could just walk away, or I could investigate further. So I chose to investigate further. I walked around the block until I found open doors into MetLife. I was able to go in, go to the restaurant, have my dinner, all was good. All right. Why is this a relevant analogy? Because we don't want auditors walking away with poor application of their independence assessment, thinking that they have properly considered all relevant entities when they haven't. We don't want that. But what we want to do is we want to provide a clearer route for them to take when assessing this independence, so they don't have to walk around the block to get their answer. So that's the kind of what's the problem we're trying to solve. Why? Why do we need to address this matter? Well, we all know independence is the cornerstone of the audit profession. We've heard that a million times, okay? As noted in our paper, and as John pointed to in one of his slides, the CIV market is in the trillions of dollars with a large number of investors, and that number is growing every year. If there's a lack of clarity in assessing independence of CIVs and pension plans, it's incumbent upon the board to address this gap. Now, this kind of goes to a philosophical point that David Ray and I were talking about this morning. And, you know, there's the reactive approach of us saying, well, there haven't been any explosions with regard to this issue, so we'll just let it lie. But then the philosophical point is, don't we want to be better than that? You know, the best way for IESBA to protect the public interest is for it to proactively assess or address potential gaps that may lead to scandals. So that's what we're trying to do here today and tomorrow and the next day and so on. How do we address the gaps? We address the gaps by gathering facts, understanding the issues, and applying a convergent approach to possible options that may warrant further exploration. So a convergent approach says, we're going to look at everything. We're going to throw everything out there and see what sticks. And research has shown that by using a convergent and then a divergent approach, you are going to have the best possible decision-making approach. So convergent is we're looking at everything right now, and that's what you're going to see later on. Well, everything we can think of. That's what you're going to see in our preliminary options, and we'll talk about those. And then from those options and possibly more, we will take a divergent approach to really refine what are viable preliminary options or viable options that need to come back to the board for further consideration. So here's a table with the preliminary options. These are in your board paper. They're within the main body of the paper, but they are also in appendix, 4. Yes, appendix 4 of the paper as well. So what I'd like to do is, I think I'll take you through, just briefly take you through each option. And then at the end, pretty much turn it over to you, and we can talk about the different options and get feedback. So when considering the preliminary options for dealing with independence gaps associated with CIVs, I kind of see a path to independence. So here's the auditor, there's independence, there's a nice clear path, but the auditor, as he or she is venturing down the path, needs to be aware of threats to independence that could be hiding in the bushes. All right. So that's kind of how I see these different options, is they are different ways to deal with the threats related to independence. So option A Option A, the auditor determines who the audit client is, and they have to be independent of the audit client. That's in the code. We know that. So amending the audit client definition would bring into scope these third parties that aren't necessarily being captured under the current code. However, amending the definition is beyond the scope of this project team's terms of reference, and it may have unintended consequences. So again, we're not recommending this. We are throwing this out to say this is an option. It is an option. So let's discuss it. Let's move to option B. Okay, if the auditor needs to consider, if the auditor needs to consider whether related entities exist, they'll look at the definition of related entity. So again, you have an audit client, and in the most simplistic form, it's simple. You just have to be independent of that audit client. However, business just isn't that simple. So there will be related entities, and the auditor then needs to look at those related entities to determine if they are independent of those related entities. So they'll look at the definition of related entity. Some can be obvious. You know, you look and you go, it's a related entity. That's simple. But some may require a bit of investigation. And this goes back to my restaurant of choice last night, which it required a walk around the block. I really had to investigate. And I could have easily just walked away with a wrong assumption. So the option of amending the definition of related entity would clarify third-party entities that are common to CIVs, but don't necessarily fall under the related entity definition right now. Option C. Okay, as part of the investigation and trying to figure out who the auditor needs to be independent of, the auditor may consider control or significant influence, because those are very relevant points in the related entity definition. Neither term is defined in the code, so there could be diversity of application in different firms or jurisdictions. This could then lead to inconsistencies and potentially situations in which firms issue audit opinions on entities from whom they're not really independent, or in situations where there may be a perception of a lack of independence, and neither serves the profession or the public interest well. All right, so we're going to look at the last two of the options. Option D. All right, let's look at indirect services. And I know that there's already been discussion on that, and I realize now that that's not the best terminology, okay? But just for now, let's work with it, because that's what's in the paper. So we look at indirect services provided to audit entities because they may not be captured as the auditors move down the path of assessing independence, because they're indirect. Enhancements to the code in this area may bridge the gap. However, this option doesn't necessarily address other potential threats like financial interest, business relationships. So it's really more of a solution for just NAS. Option E. Lastly, one option is to develop non-authoritative material to provide clarity. On the one hand, this may be sufficient since there have not been any audit failures arising from lack of independence of CIVs. On the other hand, this option may not address inconsistent application of the extant code, which is kind of what got us to this point right now. All right, so we're at the comments and questions section. This is the part of the presentation where you get to talk and look at everybody. Oh my gosh. Just gonna leave right now.
Thank you very much, Linda. Be ready, because, well, I think that the first one was Luigi, so we will start with Luigi. We're almost simultaneous, so it's difficult to say who was first.
Thank you for the presentation. It is difficult to assess which would be the right option and whether there are additional options, since, as I mentioned before, it is not clear what we would like to achieve here. If we do not have clear in mind where the extant code is not fit for purpose and is not working, it is difficult to say whether there are additional options to consider, or whether it is really needed to change the code in this respect. Just to give you an example, if the matter is the indirect service or the beneficiary of the service, more correctly, I think that the code is okay. I think that the code is fit for purpose because the conceptual approach already addressed this matter, so there is no need to consider any option. But I don't think it is just the NAS and the beneficiary matter. Otherwise, this project would not be justified, I think. So first of all and foremost, in my view, it is necessary to really have a clear understanding of what the working group would like to achieve, why the extant code is not fit for purpose for this type of structure, and for which threats risk scenario. So far, as already mentioned, we only address the matter of NAS, which is not probably the right one for the reason we already explained. If we do not have a clear understanding of this starting point, each of the options has something which is not working in the right way. Just an example, the first one, just considering the third-party supplier, why we need to consider a third party which is supplying a service if we are able to manage the beneficiary matter with the current code. It is something I do not understand. But the problem is probably we first need to define the starting point and what we would like to achieve with this project.
No, sorry, I'm not going to respond, just take these points to note, all right? So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Laurie, please.
Yeah, I think Luigi covered a few of mine, so I think I'm going to drop for now. Great minds.
Okay, David?
Thank you. I think I actually do echo what Luigi said as well, but one of the things that really struck me as I was reading through this and stepping back, and Linda and I did talk about this a little bit earlier, was one of the things I hear from the community, the finance community a lot, is the frustration, the growing frustration over divergence of terms, definitions, concepts. So I think an approach that could lead to divergence in a term definition, especially things like control, related party, which are well defined in other literature, could end up creating, I think, either more confusion or more divergence. So I think that's something that needs to be thought through extremely carefully in that sense. And I think it ties back to something that Gabriella mentioned this morning, which was interoperability. So I think, those concepts go together. The other thing that struck me as I was reading through, and I'm going to borrow from Andy's book and say it must just be me, because I read through and thought, but this is a situation where you've got a third party that's a significant factor in the organization and the operation of the organization. So similar, I think, to what Luigi said, I didn't quite understand why it wouldn't already be covered as a point of principle, and therefore the code could be applied because it's a significant element in the assessment of that client. And that led me, I think, coming down to saying, well, if that's the logic, then couldn't we just explain that actually it's already covered by the code and here's what we intended to address, and hence we would actually mitigate the risk of divergence in terms, definitions, and concepts. So it's just some observations, and apologies, Andy, for borrowing your expression, but I think it works well in this case. I really struggle to see why we couldn't address it in that way.
Thank you, David. Linda, I don't know if you want to react to these comments, but
no, thank you. I'd really prefer to just take the points, and we will work on them. And I'll answer questions if there are any specific questions.
Okay, Laurie.
Yeah, sorry. So this will be brief, but just to pick up on what David just said, I think that's right. I think there's a lot of complexity out there around all the definition space. So on the one hand, on the options you put up, some of the options really open a Pandora's box when we start fiddling with these, and so that's pretty significant. That builds a little bit on what Luigi was saying as well. The other thing is I mean, we've looked at what other countries are doing, but when we back up and look at that patchwork, how much are we looking at the impact that there is a lot of legislation and control and regulation around this already? And does this add another layer of complexity? It's a question really for me.
I'll respond and then I'll let Jean jump in. But yes, it is another area of complexity, and that adds to the challenge. And Jean will share with you the following.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with all the work I saw, by the way, I have to say, in the different jurisdictions. But what really struck me when I was watching that was like, oh yes, and now we will add another layer of something that overreaches all these different things. But anyway, Jean, thank you.
I think that's something that we've seen is why should we do something? Because all the countries have already responded. Are we not too late to the party? So yes, we are taking that into consideration in short, but yeah.
I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Laurie, Linda and Jean. Mark, please.
Thank you. So I think I'm in a similar place, although I might have gone there via a different route. My concerns are sort of really in the sort of unforeseen consequences space, and that is, I struggle to see how we turn this into something that lends itself to inclusion in a global code for global adoption, because all of the work you've done has shown us all of the jurisdictional variation in practice, a myriad of sort of different legal and regulatory requirements. And I was also struck, given that we've heard this first one looking at CIVs, and then we're talking about, well, we need to look at pensions, and we need to look at private equity, and we need to look at this. Are these things that we think in principle look the same, but actually they're not the same because they're all subject to different legal and regulatory and jurisdictional requirements? So how do we sort of manage the risk that we're trying to address a single issue when we don't actually have a single issue? We have lots of issues, and then as a side thing on the sort of on the sort of unforeseen consequences, anything that looks at independence requirements in this space is always a slightly fraught one, because it runs the risk in practical terms of making the audit of these entities much less attractive, because people don't want to do the audit. They want to provide the services to the vehicle and its investments and whatever else. And then they end up struggling to appoint an auditor, which can't be in the public interest. So we'd need to satisfy ourselves we weren't going to add to that. What struck me from the options that you set out is the most powerful argument to me is that we should bring forward the project to look at the definition of audit client, because we've talked about that before, and this only adds weight to it. I realise that wasn't part of the scope of this project, but it strikes me as the case. In many respects, the most challenging option is C, because we already have significant influence and control defined elsewhere other than the code, and I don't think we should try and subvert that and put our own in. So I don't see the basis for acting there. B looks attractive, but again, you've already explained to us all of the variations and jurisdictional changes, which make it really hard. I understand the comments from colleagues about the difficulties of indirect, but just to note that for those who've worked in EU jurisdictions, that's been a concept in NAS since the regulation in 2016, direct and indirect provision. Although the danger there, of course, is it's one that's interpreted inconsistently, even though it's in legislation with maximum harmony. So all I would say is I think what we need to do is try and work out what the outcome is that best drives consistency and best lends itself to global adoption and a global code, but I struggle to sort of see quite what that is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think, again, unless there is any feedback that you want to provide to Mark.
Mark, I think you did. You talked about pension funds and private equity. I mean, all I can say there is just it's going to add more complexity because these are different from CIVs, related but different. So it's only going to add more complexity when we look at those further.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Amarjit, please.
So just a couple of quick points, and one is a reiteration in terms of support for this project. So I think we should not wait for a market failure to happen. This is maybe a little ahead of the time, but for that reason alone, I think we should do this. Second is, as the paper very rightly brings out, the size of the industry as it has grown over time. In fact, in India, this industry is growing very fast. And we worry at times that the way more and more retail participation is increasing in the mutual fund space. And also high net worth investors investing in portfolio management services, alternative investment funds, and all sorts of vehicles are. So we are more worried about where the retail money is increasing. So I guess it's worth looking at this, developing the global guidance. And there are differences across jurisdictions that there will always be. So, but you could always have some aspirational general benchmarks to guide rulemaking. Second, on the options, I would only comment on option C, just don't get there. And I'm saying this out of my experience. Defining control and defining significant influence is very challenging. So we tried doing it, so we have different definitions of control across different segments. We were trying to harmonize, and it was very, very challenging. So I guess that you should just leave it at a very, very high level and leave it to each jurisdiction's own realities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amarjit. Sadia?
So I also had comments about the many unintended consequences and look for more options if available. But I also just wanted to make note that this project is difficult in that it's going to be difficult to capture the question first. We don't have a collective investment scheme in the code. We also have this layered approach that some jurisdictions might have considered it to be a pie, and whether this would be additional requirements. And that for me is also things that we should be taken into account, whether we're just going to be looking at investments or management, and will we be capturing entities that we never meant to capture because of the wording. So just a bit of caution on there. And then I had a question, and this might be something that you might want to answer and might not. From the jurisdictions that we spoke to, was there a sense of urgency that they needed guidance because they didn't know what to do? And where there was an urgency, what solutions did they have using the IESBA code? And how did they navigate it? And is there a trend that they navigated it that we need to just solidify?
I'm going to give the easy answer and ask John and John to elaborate if they want to. But was there a sense of urgency? No, because this is something that jurisdictions have dealt with years ago. And like Jean said, we're a bit late to the party. So that's why we believe we need to tread very carefully and respect the fact that a lot of jurisdictions have already put in place legislation to deal with these particular vehicles, and the firms have worked with that legislation. So there is not a sense of urgency. Do either of you guys want to add anything?
No, I'd agree with that. We haven't really seen, this level of urgency, and as Linda has mentioned, it's been generally been dealt with and as John went through, a whole bunch of different ways. But in saying that, I guess that there is a sense that potentially we are behind in a way, and that we don't have a global baseline. I guess that is just another argument, another consideration, especially if you think about, I guess, developing countries or countries where they don't have those things in place. And if there isn't that baseline, that is just something that is a risk I think we need to be conscious of, I guess. So.
Thank you, John. Andy, please.
Thank you. And I guess thanks, David, for any attribution, but now you've reminded me that I should have given attribution to at least I believe it's my friend Luigi, who is usually the one who says it must be me. So it's him, it's from him. So I apologize for not giving attribution. I'd never intend to use other people's material without attribution. So spoiler alert, of the options, I am going to lead favorably to option E, the non-authoritative material. But I'm also reflecting on that the material you've developed from options A through D is very provocative and includes a lot of far-reaching implications that I believe transcend CIVs and pension funds. I think, and that's part of the issue, the whole issue of control and reporting entity and relationship of vendors is far reaches beyond that. So I went back to look at the terms of reference in December, and I'll maybe take some responsibility because I was distracted in December with all the other things that we voted on in December. And the terms of reference started with the PI project that we originally had CIVs and pension funds in the mandatory category. Through additional stakeholder feedback and through consideration, we determined to take them out because of unintended consequences. Yet we still wanted to address the question of what is the significant public interest in these entities? And so I was half expecting that part of what's coming out of the working group would be actually option F, which would be to include in some respect these as a mandatory category, or at least as a project to consider in the future to add to the mandatory categories. Or to determine that, well, we don't need to because X number percentage of them are already publicly traded entities, X number of them are already PIEs in certain jurisdictions. So that was my expectation, and I'm looking at the terms of reference, and it's not clear from that. So that's why I think I need to take some responsibility for my expectation gap that it wasn't in there. Because the A through D to me just seems so far-reaching beyond CI. I don't think the issue is unique to CIVs or pension funds. And for that reason, I wouldn't be supportive of calling them out at this point. So again, I don't know what to make of that because it's thorough research and a very good paper. And I think you raise some provocative issues that ought to be addressed, but not limited to CIVs and pension funds and to be part of a larger project. If we should answer the question of the additional public interest in CIVs and pensions, which I believe we should do, then I think at this point amongst those choices is to consider additional non-authoritative application guidance, or perhaps for your group to turn the tide a little bit slightly to that. And admittedly, again, I'm looking at the background, and the background of the terms of reference talk about it started with the PIs. We took it off the PIs, but we determined to look at it. And then I think to be fair, we didn't really, at least I wasn't clear in my expectations of what the working group are. But I do find the material to be thoughtful and comprehensive, but I think it transcends CIVs at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. I have to agree with what Andy just said. In the December 2021 board meeting, it was made very clear that we were asked to take the ADA project and take a look at CIVs and pensions as to whether they should be PIEs because they were dropped off the definition in the PI project. And it was not to do what is said on the what is the problem we're trying to solve slide in here. I do agree that there can be some issues that need to be thought about relative to what's going on, but as we've already articulated, I don't think the NAS is the issue because the auditors already have to understand that and deal with that. I go back to saying we need to have some time spent on which vehicles we're going to include, and in particular, which pension plans and why we're going to include them. Because in that debate on PI, when the chair of the task force at that time was asked about what is the primary concern about pensions, the response was that someone who audited the pension could own stock in the sponsor company. We don't need a major project to fix that. We can fix that pretty easily. And so I think we need to go back and say, what is it about pensions? Which pensions? In fact, there was further discussion in board meetings that pensions that have relatively small numbers of people were not considered to be in the public interest. So I think I go back to, we need to revisit what entities are we talking about here? I don't think we ever contemplated that private equity funds that by their definition have private investors in them, not the public. We're in the scope, and a lot of hedge funds are the same way. So I think we need to look at that. As it goes through the options, I'm not really supportive of the first four, but I will tell you, consistent with the thoughtful remarks from Amarjeet, accounting standard setters and auditors have long defined that in processes that are subject to due process themselves. And we're not going to do better than that, nor should we be spending time on that from that standpoint. The other thing is, I agree that we should not be waiting for an accident to happen, but at least 4 times in the presentation, it's been acknowledged that there's never been an issue. And others have told me that same thing. I've talked to some former regulators in this space. I think we need to think about what it is we are really concerned about, perhaps with reference to what some of the other jurisdictions have already said, and whether there's anything useful to incorporate from that. But I think we should be careful that we're not getting too expansive here. And I would observe that generally when you look at how people currently think about who has decision-making authority, it's who makes the decisions over the investments, and or can someone kick them out? And those are the parties that one tends to focus on, not on service providers themselves. So in some structures around the world, I agree, there is an entity that clearly makes those decisions and or can kick out whoever they contracted to do that. And we should probably think about those. But that's a much more narrow than refining audit client or related entity from those standpoints in the process. So those are, I think, some suggestions I would throw out. Again, I'm not asking you to respond to those. We can certainly talk further, but I think we need to get focused on what we think it is that is the real threats, and how and on what situations. And I think that goes back to the original request, which was to consider whether and what CIVs and whether and what pensions should be included in the concept of a pie.
Thank you very much, Rich.
Sorry, could I just make a quick comment? But just, I guess, yeah, so the start of the project was, obviously it wasn't about who is a pie and who's not a pie, because obviously a public interest entity, if you're a public interest entity, that will determine, I guess, the level of independence requirements that you are subject to, and the more prescriptive and the greater the prohibitions, all those sorts of things. The point of the project was to try and ascertain whether the right entities are being captured within the actual who you need to be independent of. So it's not around the level of independence, it's more about who you need to be independent of. So that's why the terms of reference are looking at whether the related entity provisions within the code are capturing the right entities in relation to those relationships with those trustees, advisors and managers, all those sorts of things. But exactly to your point though, we have found that, and especially where you're talking about there, Rich, where the situations where there is those entities, those third parties that have those decision-making power, those jurisdictions have tended to make, which John went through earlier, those decisions and legislative changes to ensure that there is independence required of those entities. So I just wanted to make that point, that was the distinction in my understanding anyway, was we're not looking at the level of independence, so whether they're subject to the public interest provisions, it's more whether the right entities are being captured and are being subject to the independence requirements.
Thank you, John, for that clarification. Rania, please.
Thank you. So this was a comment that I really hesitated to make, but now that Andy said what he said, I just like to reiterate. So when I was going through this again, maybe it was just me that was what I was thinking. Like when I went through options A, B, and C, I mean everything besides the non-authoritative material, I was thinking that, I mean, maybe in the future, especially given all the assurance work and, you know, on sustainability and, you know, things might really change. And we might be getting ourselves into some major unintended consequences. So for that reason, I mean, I certainly would like to, I mean, echo what Andy just said. I think all the other options really are very likely to transcend beyond CIVs and pension funds. And so perhaps if we just really want to be very limited and, you know, targeted in our approach, then perhaps the best option would be just some non-authoritative material. At least that's my thinking. And finally, again, also to echo what Rich just said, I think given the heavy regulation in this space across jurisdictions, perhaps I'm just saying this in a different way. My question is just to make sure that, you know, whatever effort we're putting into this, to make sure that there is an actual value added. I mean, if already so much is being, I mean, obviously the regulations are going to come first. And so the question is, what is it that we can put out there that will actually add value to what is already a very heavily regulated space? So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Chana, please.
So I won't repeat what has been said. I'll just go through my take on the options. No to A and C, and B and D maybe, but I would support E.
Okay, very clear. Laurie, please.
So I'm going to do something similar to Chana on the options. No to A, C, and D. I was very comfortable with E. B, I still don't have my head totally wrapped around, but there are some interesting things about that. But E was the one I was comfortable with, and I think several people noted. I actually wasn't going to go there because I didn't think you were necessarily asking, but since people are doing that, I think it makes sense in light of all the complexities that we've discussed here at this stage and opening the definitional drama and the heavy regulation that exists.
Thank you, Laurie. Angie.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back briefly and because I do want to take ownership that if I were to get back in a time machine, there's lots of things I would do differently, and this actually wouldn't be in the top 100. But when I look back on the list of from the terms of reference in paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, and which are background, and then paragraph 4, the objective, I think the working group has delivered on the objective. I think there was a disconnect between the first 3 paragraphs and the objective, and I sat right over there and I didn't ask the questions. I didn't appreciate it. So I just wanted to just make sure that I'm being clear that I think you've delivered on the objective that we charged you with. But now that I see it, I see this isn't really what I was expecting it to be. And so I thought I'd just be candid and own up some responsibility in that respect as well.
Thank you, Angie. Sunam, please.
Thank you. I would like to echo what Andy and Richie said in terms of the priority of this project. We need to figure out which entities, which CIBs should be part of mandatory category of PIEs. And then if I choose the options among these 5, I'd like to take option E, the last one, which is easy, and also there'll be no time spending too much on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Tom, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just I would like to remind the public into discussion, and at the same time, I understand that the option, for example, C, is a little bit a big challenge because it's on sort of the relationship with the accounting standard. We understand that, but coming back to straight to the option E might be a challenge because as you said, that there might be an option F because as Amadi has said, that this situation is this area is expanding very rapidly. We pay attention to the potential risk of the public interest as a whole. Because of course, I understand that we have to be specific, and the PIOB is encouraging to be specific in a sense. But before going to the option E, we have to elaborate a little bit on if there are any specific way to find a little bit more articulate target for coming out of the research. That may be how can I say, might be a encouragement or suggestion from PIOB. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Christelle, please.
Yes. Given the consequences and the difficulties we had in building up new elements in coordination with assurance world, IEEE, IESBA, etc. I would not agree to go into a challenging expression of related entities, control, and significant influence. I think it's, or we already have the feeling that there is a hole in those definitions, but unless we cannot demonstrate that, we should not go on this field. I'm a little bit surprised that the disadvantage expressed on the non-authoritative material would be that it would not directly address inconsistent application. I think if we feel that the silence or the expression of the code presently is not enough to have a consistent application, I expect the non-authoritative material to help get to a more consistent application of the code. And then I fear, a little bit, I expect that getting into this world of third parties, we already see the difficulties that we face in sustainability with the value chain, with the link between assurance components and reporting boundaries and whatever. I see it quite difficult to be not universal, but transversal enough at this point in time. And so I would address, if we feel there are some strange applications identified in our outreaches, then we issue something that helps raise the point and do it better. But it doesn't mean that after all our work done on those implications of having third parties, value chain entities, etc., that we might not come back and have a more transversal view also of what is related, what is controlled or acquainted, or whatever the words that we need to address consistently the questions of ethics and independence. So the E would be my best proposition as a board member.
Thank you very much, Christelle. Vanya, please.
I'm always in favor of principle-based definitions because I understand that for this particularity, we do not have a product that is already delimited. So it's new funds arise every day. So if you want to to find definitions that will encompass everything, we will have nothing. So maybe you should concentrate our effort in thinking about possible threats to the ethical code and to deal with that. Considering the characteristics of pension funds and CIVs, whenever there are some threats that should be taken care of in this circumstance, and maybe we can do that. I think that at this moment in time, the non-authoritative material would be the best solution for that.
Thank you, Vanya. Laurie and Christelle, do you still want to speak? So Ken, finally.
Thank you, Gabriela. I must say I'm just taken a bit aback by this discussion and the direction the conversation seems to be going, because to my mind the terms of reference for this working group were clear, but importantly, as I go back to the basis for conclusions for the PI project, this board was very clear that it would take time to actually explore the question as to whether CIVs and investment company complexes and pension funds should in fact be considered PIs. And as I read the basis for conclusions, paragraph 104.c says, as part of the post-implementation review of the PI revisions, IESBA will review, amongst other matters, the effectiveness of the IESBA's framework for defining a PI. And as part of this review, the board would seek input from jurisdictions as to whether and how PIs or CIVs, how pension funds or CIVs or other similar entities have been added to their local definitions, including lessons learned from the relevant local bodies. So to my mind, this initiative looking at CIVs, pension funds, and investment company complexes wasn't quite the right work stream to address this broader question as to whether CIVs, pension funds, and investment company complexes should in fact be considered as a group, as a collective, to be a mandatory category for PI for inclusion in the broad definition in the code. So there is more work to be done on this thread, on this question, and that's why I thought it wasn't quite the right moment or the right let's say context to be exploring this question as to whether CIVs should be PIs, because quite frankly, we just completed the PI project a couple of years ago, and the revisions are not even effective. They become effective at the end of this year. And I think it would be a bit almost kind of premature for the board, and also a concern that this board might be sending some confusing signals to the market if it were to say now that it was going to embark on an initiative to consider whether CIV should be included as a mandatory category. And as I say, this is a question that needs to be allowed to marinate and percolate and so forth, and the PI revisions to be given time to bed down, and for the board to then undertake a post-implementation review in maybe 4 years' time, 5 years' time, to allow time for jurisdictions to adopt the definition, and then to explore what they've done insofar as those particular types of entities are concerned. So that's why I would just caution the board as to not be sidetracked by this question as to whether CIVs are PIs, because I don't think this can be addressed as part of this work stream. This is a work stream that's on the current agenda, on the current strategic agenda, and it is a question that's outside of the scope of what was set out in terms of reference. But the terms of reference are very clear. I mean, it is really about, if I were to read them again, it is about reviewing CIVs and pension fund arrangements and their relationships with trustees, managers, and advisors to gain a comprehensive understanding of these arrangements to ensure that the independence provisions in the code and the application of the related entity definition remain fit for purpose. That is really the crux of this work stream. It is really analyzing the relationships of those third parties, as we call them very broadly, with the CIVs and the pension funds that are subject to audit, and really making an assessment or analysis as to whether the related entity definition, the code, and the associated provisions continue to remain fit for purpose. That is what this work stream is set up to do. And that's what the project team has been doing. So while I understand there is an option E on the table, I'm not sure exactly what it would achieve to be simply providing some explanation outside the code when the code itself wouldn't be clear as to what the implications are from an independence perspective when we look at those third parties. For example, if I were to take the example that the project team has kind of used as an illustration, when you have a management company that's providing services, NAS, say, to, the firm that's providing services, a particular service, a particular NAS, to a management company that then leverages that service to provide some services to the CIV that's is the entity subject to audit. The question that arises is, well, is the management company a related entity or not? The code doesn't address this question because the current definition of a related entity is not adapted or is not fit for that type of question. Because if you look at it, as we've said before, the concept of control and significant influence in the extent definition of a related entity is not the concept that applies in the context of a CIV and the types of relationships that are in play when you think about trustees and managers and investment advisors and so forth. So that is what the board needs to address. And if it's not in the code, I'm not sure it's going to really answer the question to just explain it outside the code, because then there's no authority to it. Anybody can choose to look at it and they can choose to ignore it. So I think the question remains on the table. It needs to be answered. Are these third parties related entities or not? And there are implications, because if you take, for example, a CIV that's a publicly traded entity, I mean, if you were to say the management entity or the management company is a related entity, well, the code would prohibit the provision of bookkeeping services to the management company, because there's a prohibition on providing bookkeeping and accounting services to PIs. But if it's not a PI, yes, I mean, it's not prohibited. So I think that's it. I know that we're getting into the crux of the issue and becomes, and I know it raises a number of conceptual questions, but that is I think what needs to be answered.
Thank you, Ken. I see that this is raising new comments, so I'll just ask you to be as short as possible because we are running very late. Andy, please.
No, and I hope I was clear. I believe the working group delivered exactly on the terms of reference. I think I had a bit of a false memory given the paragraphs and where it came to between 3 and 4. But my first comment, the substantive comment I made, is that the working group I think is coming up with findings that I think transcend CIVs and pension funds. And I think it would be awkward to address just the CIV and I think it's a very broad-reaching issue. I think it affects banks, insurance companies, other companies that have multiple divisions. So I don't multiple relationships like that. So I don't think I haven't heard the unique CIV aspect of it. So I am concerned with the unintended consequences of this being a very, very broad, perhaps very useful project. But I haven't heard the unique CIV part that we could fix without opening up maybe accounting definitions and other definitions that maybe should, are legitimate questions, but far broader than I thought we'd end up.
Thank you, Andy. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. No, I just want to react to a couple of matters that Ken said. I agree about the terms of reference, what you said about the terms of reference. On the other hand, I think that just focusing on services or NAS will lead to incomplete or not accurate conclusion for a simple reason. Even though the collective investment vehicle is a PI or is to be treated as a PI, there is no issues in an auditor providing NAS, even bookkeeping to and related and upstream related entity, to the extent that there are no issues or there are no impacts on the collective investment vehicle, if assuming that the management company is not an audit client. So the point is, again, linked, when we speak about NAS, the issue is linked to indirect services, or if you would like not to use indirect services, the beneficiary of the services. So there is no reason to trigger the application of related entities or whether the related entities are to be defined or not, if we only deal with NAS. If there are other issues, well, the conclusion could be different. But if we stay with the NAS, why should we conclude that within the terms of reference, the extant code is not fit for purpose?
Thank you, Luigi. Rich, please.
Yeah, I agree with what Luigi just said. I think maybe what I'm hearing is that what we're really focused on is, do we want to create a unique definition for certain CIVs as to who is in their realm of related entities without necessarily designating them as PIs to protect the circumstances? And if that's the case, then let's stay focused on that. But I think we still need to think about which CIVs we think that's going to apply to. And it's a similar issue when you move into pension plans, because if you were to just say that all pension plans are a PI, then you're going to extend to hundreds of thousands of private companies status that doesn't make sense for the environment for which their financial statements are issued. So I think that's part of why I'm cautious that we focus on who it is we're going to try to adjust who we think is in their realm of related entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. John, please.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarification question? Rich, with the technology project, with those provisions we talked about earlier on the indirect services, what was the impetus for those provisions and why specific to technology? Just wondering, yeah, a bit of the background. I mean, I've read the basis and everything.
Well, the word indirect was not used in the context of 600.6, okay, which was this paragraph. The concept was, which we just said earlier in the discussion, was if you if you were involved in the design, build, implementation, or operation of a system that then at one entity that then was the basis on which you were performing the system you had to test used at another entity, then clearly you have to consider that as a self-review threat to, and that was, I think, what the point Luigi made very early in this discussion. And so that was the direct focus of that, is that making it clear, especially with the developments of technology that exist today and things like blockchain and that could happen more readily. And it was not explicitly laid out in the NAS project. Remember, technology was designed to expand the high-level principles outlined in the NAS project as it was specific to technology-related matters. And that's what we were drilling down on.
Thank you very much, Rich. Well, I think there is nobody else wanting to speak. Well, thank you very much for this amazing conversation that I must confess that at least for me exceeded what I was expecting in terms of contribution and the way the board members came in. I think that it was an extraordinary conversation, which will not necessarily make the life of the working group easier. I think that you have a lot here to chew and process and go back and etc. But which does not mean that the work that the working group has done is not important. On the contrary, and I think that this discussion really shows it. And I'll just like to address one or two things. One of the things that I'd like to address, Ken already addressed it much better than I would. There is no question that we are not reopening the PI definition, and that's a final, it was the initial starting point, and I think that is final by now. We can do it later, but not under the remit of this project. Secondly, I'd like to recall you why this project, why we decided in December to move forward with this project, September or December. And maybe, as someone said, we were too busy with the very pressing topics, and some people may not have paid all the attention. But I'd like to recall you that, yes, of course, there was a call from some stakeholders for us to do this work, namely from the PIOB, and it came from the discussion on PI, where all of us, including the PIOB, agreed that it should be left out, but we should undertake some additional work to see if everything was fit for investment, collective investment schemes and vehicles and etc. So that's what we are doing. But it's not only because the PIOB requested. It's not just yes, okay, we are doing this because the PIOB wants. It's actually because after the discussion and the initial reflection undertaken by the working group, it is clear that it was needed for us, for this board, to go back to the code and see, is everything fit for these realities? There is actually a question. We don't have an answer yet. We don't have an answer about whether there are gaps that need to be filled in, and if yes, which are the responses? But there was a need, and that's what the working group is doing, to check if everything is fit for purpose. And this is even more relevant because actually investment funds play a crucial role in capital markets these days. There are jurisdictions and markets where they are far more important than listed companies. Leading markets in Europe, like Ireland and Luxembourg, they are made of investment funds, not of listed companies. So the focus on listed companies, the historical focus on listed companies is important, but investment funds are, as these days, at least as important as listed companies. Also because it's where many retail investors put their money, their savings, etc., for one life. So the need for thorough protection of the investor is here possibly even more relevant sometimes than for listed firms. And actually, and finally, there were some questions here about, is this project important? Is this project really relevant? Is this urgent? Is this needed? And I think that the question is legitimate, of course, because it's probably not that evident that there can be problems. And here I go back to Amarjit saying, let's not wait for a market failure to say that this is important. Sometimes we need to prevent and not just to react after it happens. And I must say that from my experience, before this experience, I think actually that this is not important, very much important. There are very many situations where the role of the auditor and the independence of the auditor with respect to CIVs, pension funds, etc., is absolutely crucial. What perhaps has not happened yet, and that's why I was listening so carefully to Amarjit saying, let's not wait for the market failure, is that this is possibly not in on the radar of regulators and of investors as a possible issue. But there are very many situations where it becomes very relevant in practice. I can give you one or two examples. For instance, under the solvency rules for banks, where banks are forced to get rid of so-called stressed debt, bad credit, and etc. Many times, too many times, investment funds are created for the specific purpose of putting these bad credits. And now, who is the management company of this? The same people who are in the banks, and the auditor is the same, and etc. So this is just one example, but I could give you 3 or 4 or 5 examples. So why am I saying this? Because there was a moment here around in this discussion where I felt the board a little bit hesitant about, is this important? Why are we doing this? Yes, it is important. I don't have any answer, and I think that the working group does not have it yet as well, or maybe they have it less than they had it 2 days ago because of all this discussion, but this is good. But I'm as sure as I was 6 months ago that this is an important piece of work, and that the working group, by showing us the diversity of structures, the diversity of regulations, the diversity of situations, etc., maybe can help us make coming to a conclusion that we cannot address things one by one specifically, and that we have to find a solution which fits or makes all the situations fit into the solution. I don't know, this is for the working group to think, but needed to say this because I do not like, I think that there would be a risk of a sense of what's this, is this urgent, is this needed? Possibly is not urgent, but again, let's do it before it becomes urgent. And with this, I think that we are for today ready to go. Some of them for some task force and working group meetings, the others, whatever you want. I hope that you have a good rest tonight because some of you must be still jet lagged. And we will come back tomorrow at 9. Yes, at 9. So have a nice evening. Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion. Thank you to all of you.